Destroys our generation. I don't mind. I don't mind. I don't mind. I don't mind. Looking for inspiration in my life. Looking for inspiration all the time. Looking for
Alrighty, everybody, how are we doing? It's fine afternoon. It is a beautiful day out. Almost felt too good, I guess, to stream it all. But we got things to do here. Spline Design Studios Saturday. Welcome on in, everybody. Getting some things cleaned up here, I guess, as far as got some new stuff to go over with the Texas Motor Speedway track build. And yeah, I'm just getting that squared away, I guess, for the moment. Be able to show you what's going on there. So just to summarize some things that's been done there. Coming in with the sub there, Torch coming in with the sub. 22 months. Holy macro. All kinds of subs. Thank you, Torch. Get some hype in the chat there for the subscription, I guess. By that, if you don't have the emotes, exclamation point hype in the chat. Heck yeah. There we go. I know it's probably slow going here. Gets further. There we go. If you've got the emotes, spam the emotes too. I only got the couple, I guess, as far as the tier 1 there. I've got some ideas for some other emotes, because as far as once some of the other emote slots gets unlocked, as far as, you know, based on getting the appropriate amount of subscribers, I guess, in the channel, I guess, to be able to get those unlocked. Definitely it does rely on you folks, I guess, to be able to support the channel in such a fashion to be able to get those emotes. So appreciate all of that support, I guess. Alright, if the audios are a little too noisy, I guess, in the background, definitely let me know so I can adjust those appropriately. But as for right now, I think everything's coming across. Okie dokie. Yeah, so just some cleanup here, as I was saying, as far as to get the track up and ready. All those PTFs, probably fair mention here too, as I do this. And I know I don't have this visible because it's my desktop is a utter disaster right now because of this process, but the PTFs that I had created in this whole process, as I've mentioned before, they're all preliminary. It's just for my own benefit to get the things that I'm working on into the track, as far as like with the score tower and the video screen and so on. Ultimately, when the end result, the PTFs that really do matter are the one that Torch was working on. So the fact that I've got a brand new PTF that aligns all the pit road protocols, the stalls, the track INI, all that jazz. That's what I'm going to go over here in just a moment here. So let's get this up here. Okay, so I think I got this done well enough. I have not checked and gone over yet. I've gotten the files from Torch just to confirm that the track does load, but as far as getting it into the sim and so on and so forth, I have not gone that far yet. So we're going to be critiquing this, I guess, as on the fly here, because as far as just based on what we've just newly gotten from Torch there. So let's bring this over. So we got the track loaded. Track is loaded, so get rid of that. So that's a good sign, the fact that we can get the track loaded. I know initially when I got the track from Torch, it was not wanting to load, and it was just missing one file, and it had to do with this pit line on the pit exit in particular right here. I needed that MIT file, and once I got that loaded just fine. So what I want to take a look at, this is one of the things that has been adjusted and so on, I guess, by Torch, is the pit road. Interesting. Hey, what's up there, Let's go. No cue music, but yeah, welcome on in. How we doing? I hope you're doing well. Good to have you. It's been a hot minute, I suppose, right? So these pit road protocols here, that's what we want to take a look at here. So we're going to go to extended, and we can see that he's got the apron near pits, which is appropriate like that. We got this all pit road. Now, this is something that I was mentioning as far as last stream, being able to see that light blue, which highlights the pit stall. This is what allows the pit crews to be able to do service on the vehicle when you come into your stall. It is there, it's hidden here, and we resolved that, I guess, post end of last stream, as far as that this is a TSD, not an object, for these here. So that's just a couple of different ways you can go about besides just using geometric F sections or whatever to be able to define these different areas. And as long as you're with TSDs, and I'm going to hit on this again, I know I already did last stream, but it's makes a good point. As long as you got a nice straight level grade of, you know, like this pit road is, usually you can get away with TSDs because there's no way to adjust the height of the TSD. It's always going to be like at 0, for lack of a better way to put it. So as long as you can get away with that, as long as the grade of wherever you're applying the TSD is relatively flat and level, it's not going to create any lift on the actual texture that you're applying in that fashion, then you can definitely go right. If it does create that, you know, then in most cases you would have to go with a 3D model, I guess, as far as that. So that's just a little bit of a summary, I guess, as far as how that goes. I'm still alive. Been fine. Yeah, I heard about that. I was keeping track, I guess, of things over at Deuce's at the outhouse. Second time. Yikes. Yeah, well, that's good to hear. Very, very, very good to hear. So hopefully it stays that way for a while. So I guess that's what they considered, I guess, to be in remission. Correct me if I'm wrong on that, but yeah, second time around. Oosh. Yeah, definitely hoping. Let's hope it stays that way. That's okay. So we got the apron near pits here as well. I know I'm jumping all around the place, and I apologize for that. Yeah, hopefully permanent. Yeah, definitely. Hopefully it's permanent. That is for sure. We don't want that coming around again. You know, can I just get? Yeah, it's probably fair to say that cancer just sucks. It's a bad word. It's probably even worse than some of the cuss and swear words I guess we tend to use in actual life. So yeah, everything seems to be, from what I can tell here, we'll be able to test this in the sim. And what will be, the other thing that we'll be getting into with the development of this track is to produce LPs. Torch has already taken the initiative, I guess, to do the slow LPs. Well, I just use that term loosely, because they can be created not at speed. So the race LPs in particular, the race LP in specific, has to be done at speed, has to be done, you know, with, you know, the acceleration, the braking, the steering, all that jazz, as far as the path that it follows. That's probably one of the main focuses that we're going to do, I guess, in this stream, is to develop those LPs so that we can take advantage of everything that'll be applied as far as pit road, and potentially even, you know, get the AI operating. That's part of the reason why we want to do that. So 7 years ago, it's still clear. Nice. Was oh, you had, so T cancer, is that thyroid? Which I don't know if you just shorten that. I know it's probably, I don't want to be I know, you know, I'm well aware as far as the different types there, but yeah, if it was oh, okay, gotcha. I see you were trying to be somewhat discreet there. I can appreciate that. I know there's many different types of, you know, it starts with a T. That's the only first one I could think of. I got you though. Yikes. Okay. All right, so I got a majority of this stuff set up on the other PC, I guess, as far as to get this tested in the sim. As like I said, we're going to be playing around and developing the race LPs. And those, like I said, at minimum, have to be done at speed. You know, you had to have setup under you and under the car to be able to do them laps around it, because everything that you do in there, as far as the braking points and the acceleration, the shifting, all that stuff is going to be recorded in that race LP. So it's a very critical. It's like the heart of all the other LPs. An example, I guess, as far as how the AI will react, because anything that you put parameters wise in the track INI is only going to be a tweak to it, just a fine tune. It's not meant to be, I guess, as far as like, well, you know, my race LP sucks, so I'm going to apply this wide range adjustment, I guess, in the INI. That's not the approach you want to take to it. The track INI should only put a fine tune to what you're applying there. So you have to spend a lot of time and effort, I guess, to be able to get the race LP defined. You know, to get the AI, I guess, to do what you expect them to do as far as how they behave. You know, transitioning off pit road and all that stuff based on those LPs that you created as far as the pit LPs and so on. I know I feel like I'm rambling on here, but a lot of that is important. I see this happen all the time. You know, it's like the AI is doing this, or the pace car is doing this, and it's acting erratic. It's like it all comes down to how you define that race LP and develop that race LP. And that's one of the things that Papyrus had installed to the simulation itself as far as the reflap utility. For anybody that wants more information, I guess, about what I'm about to go into here in a moment, the reflap utility, you can either do !reflap or !NR edit in the chat. In fact, I need to make sure that those work. Make sure I'm not talking out my butt. These are some new commands that I put in there just for anybody that is wanting that information. It is 100% available over at the Spline Design Studios other information tab. Let me put this in here. Edit. Yep, there we go. So that page there should take you to pretty much everything that I'm going over right now as far as the reflap utility. In fact, that should be one of the first things that show up on here. Let me go to it. I don't want to be talking about. So at the Spline Design site, I'm kind of going the long way. If you go to the site, that link that I just put in there will go to this, and then to this. So sandbox actually it should be actually this one right here. This is the one it's going to. Lots of information that's provided for in 2003. If you want to go, you know, divulge into this this type of thing, this is what you would need. So these are all the commands once you initiate the reflap utility within the sim itself. It even tells you how to toggle it on or off. This is what I'm going to be going over here in just a moment. So yeah, and that link it'll send you right to there. And there's a lot of other information based on the sandbox stuff that I go over on stream here quite a bit. That's all in here. So yeah, feel free to check that out. The pit jig is in here if you want to lay down your. It gives you some general information as far as how the orientation of the car, as far as how far it automatically is by default based on the sim, just to get your animated pit crew gets lined up with the wall and so on. Torch even took, that was probably one of the things, good thing to mention, that Torch had adjusted to the wall on this here is to make it not quite as wide, so that the animated pit crews, as they go over the wall, they're not clipping into it. So that's something else that has been adjusted on here. In fact, I can put this in camera view just to kind of show that. I've gotten all the items based on Torch's edit that I got. The new PTF, I had to put the video screen and the score tower that we did in the past couple of streams. That's been applied to Torch's edit. So everything is in here to include what Torch has done as far. So I forgot what I was doing now. Oh yeah, the wall, the pit wall. So as you can probably remember, the original wall was a little bit thicker. Torch, you can probably elaborate, I guess, as far as how much you brought this down. But yeah, it was definitely thicker. It was a wider pit wall. And what was happening when we streamed it last week is the animated pit crews, even though I had it well oriented, I guess, as far as where the car is and, you know, the tires coming over the wall and such, they were clipping on the back side of it because that was too wide. This is a more standard size pit wall, you know, as far as, you know, for all that to work properly. And it doesn't really create a detriment. That's probably another fair mention. It does not create a detriment, I guess, as far as that the animated crews do clip into the wall, regardless if it's a geometric wall or a 3D wall like this one is. It just, you know, it's just as far as aesthetics, really. It just makes it look better. That's about it. But I mean, as far as being able to get service on the vehicle, what really is critical is having this pit stall parameter defined to where when your car stops and get in there, that tells the pit crew or whatever that, okay, I'm ready for service. So, oh, you used the pit jig? Nice. So again, that's going back to this deal right here. So this is freely available over on that page, that at !NR edit. If that's, like I said, if you want to get into this type of thing, it's freely available here. This jig defines, I guess, as far as the exact placement of the pit crew based on where the wall is at, right, and the distance to the center of the car, right. So it shows all that information here. So it already has that. That's why I've created that, just to make it easier to understand as far as like, okay, how close on the D-lat in particular do I need to be, in or out. And that information is also in here as well. Under the editing, it gives you all this information here as far as like which way the car gets, the position of the pit crew in particular and your car is placed based on D-lat is side to side, D long is front and back, and then your rotation, of course, depending on which direction the track is going, either clockwise or counterclockwise. Lots of information that's been provided, I guess, on these pages here, so feel free to use that. And if there's ever any additional questions that you have about what's in here, feel free to ask. So yeah, it even goes into the path files, the PTH files for animated objects in the sky, be it blimps, planes, and so on. So that's something else we haven't really gone into that much with that as far as some of the things we do. That's a lot of just adding eye candy, I guess, to the track. What we mainly tend to focus on here in the stream is just getting the guts of everything that you need to have to get, to actually run a race. A lot of this other stuff is just, for eye candy and aesthetics. But it does bring to the immersion factor of it, definitely. So that's why it's all included in here. It was almost twice as wide on that wall? Okay, fair enough. So yeah, this wall, as Torch was mentioning here, was almost twice as wide. Now, keeping in mind too, as you build these things, you don't 100% know. You just kind of build it at what you feel is correct. And I think by default, if I remember right, I'm pretty sure, I always have to usually do that, just to kind of remind myself. But when you lay down a wall section, a W section in Sandbox, that default is going to be 0.5, which is half a meter, all the way around. So it's, as far as the thickness and so on, the height and so on. So that's probably what you initially went by, which is obviously too thick for a pit wall. So not a big deal. It's easily adjustable, and the fact that it is in the form of a 3DO probably maybe makes it a little bit better that way. Pretty cool. Alrighty then. Yeah, so we got everything. The only other thing that I did notice in here, and this is probably something to take into consideration here, these the fences here are not defined. In fact, I want to look at these real quick because they're not the bright red. So I want to check these to see what these are set at. Because I had noticed that before, and I've meant to mention it, and I didn't. But I just want to make sure. Because if you do ever have an accident, as far as like a bad accident to where the cars will interact, I guess, with that fence, you want it to the proper property, so that they react, I guess, in a specific fashion. I mean, granted, you don't want to have wrecks on the track for sure, but it's going to happen. Whether it's yourself or the AI, and you want them to be able to react to it, I guess, appropriately. So this W section is what it happens to be on. It is on the fence, and one of the ways I can tell is there's no top. The only thing these will have, in most cases, usually the left and right side. So on the left side, we've got fence. So that definitely confirms, I guess, that I am on the fence W section. And the right walls is also fence. Okay, so the way these are defined, see, they are undefined. What I would make sure that these are set at undefined and arm code left. I would probably set these specifically to wire fence, and in this case, you could do wire fence left or right, and make sure that they're set to racing surface. So just the way those the AI and or yourself actually respond to it. Another thing, as well, I got this open here, the physical width as well as the visual width, you'd probably want to change these. What happens when you keep it this way? And I think I've mentioned this before, so it's probably a fair point, I guess, to mention it again. Try to keep your physical size. This is not what you'll see. It's kind of like a hitbox type of thing. So the fact that this is set at half a meter, this is going to be a half a meter centered on that wall. So you basically have a quarter of a meter on either side of the wall. If you want to have that buffer, as far as like picture, if you will, that there's like a extension of the visual that you see, which is you got set to 0, right? which means it's this paper thin, which is not necessarily bad. You can, in most cases, you want to set this probably at a 0.10 and then set this the same on the physicals, and it goes the same for the walls, right? So if you set it on the, put it on the walls here, see how these are set. So see how these are set the same on the physical and the visual. Same thing goes for fences. Same thing goes for fences. Is set them the same visual and physical size. That way you don't have that buffer as far as that outside. I don't know how else to describe it. You're gonna have like an invisible wall as far as like, because as the car or the vehicle actually hits the fence, it's gonna be like it's hitting it before it actually gets to the visual piece, right? It's probably a better way, I guess, to explain it. So that's just something to take into consideration. These are just amongst the fine tuning and the tweaks to the track as you build it, right? It's not, you know, it's not anything that detrimental, but you're gonna notice that in replays in particular, like as you're driving around the track and you get into an accident, you flip, you hit that fence, it's gonna make it appear that you're hitting it sooner than it actually hits the visual fence, and that's what's happening with that. Because, all right, let's go back to the right. So this is set to 0.5 meter, and this is 0, so it's got like a. So on this side, like I said, 1/4 meter before you actually hit the visual thing, it's gonna make it look like you've hit the fence already. It's gonna, kick you off it, throw you back out on the track or whatever it tends to want to do. And that's all based on how you set this up too. If you don't set this up properly here, like if you set this up the wall, it's just going to hit it, and you'll get a different reaction of how the car responds to it when it hits that. So you want to have this set properly, as well as the, as far as it being on racing surface, as well as wire fence. And in this case, you can probably do either wire fence left or right. It doesn't really matter. It's ultimately the same thing. Same goes for Armco left and right. Armco left and right is usually reserved for the safer. In fact, we can look at that while we're at it here. So on the safer itself, he's got his Armco right, and that's been pretty much the standard, I guess, for applying to safer. It gives you the proper type of response to it, and the fact that it's set to a 0.2, which doing the math on that, a 0.2 should be roughly 8 inches. It's about 8 inches thick. It's give or take that. It's probably not a perfect number, and that's something else that we have definitely chimed out there, just as far as in the development of the safer, applying the safer to these types of tracks. So that 0.20 meters, that standard unit of measurement in Sandbox and Inner 2003, happens to be roughly 8 inches thick. Just for clarity. Okay. Am I losing anybody yet? Hopefully not. Yeah, I was getting around to that. Just a matter of trying to remember. Oh yeah. It's just something that I'm just, as I look at this and critique it, it's just things to keep in mind. It's not something that has to be readily addressed. It doesn't have to be addressed immediately. But the other thing that I want to take a look at, Torch, you had mentioned you did something with the light maps that were on the that PJ1, this material over here. That's what I wanted to look at too. So you had it initially as a light map, so I'm assuming that's been removed. So yeah, here's the track lines. I think this is a new texture, and I haven't looked at that directly, but that's basically this dark area here. And you've got this defined as asphalt racing surface. Cool. And you got a texture mapping on the V with 3. That's pretty neat. And yeah, so it's no longer light map. Let's go back to the left. So that's concrete. What am I on here? I gotta zoom in here a little bit. Hard to tell which line I'm on here. So I am on this bottom line right here. You can see they're kind of close together, so make it a little bit tougher to see. So on this line right here, which is basically this right here, that's a little bit different here. So let's take a look here. So we got this one is set to PJ1, so that's actually this dark thing. Now these lines, this is what has been corrected, I guess, from last time. So go back to the right. This is this PG track lines PG1, which is the substance that they put on that surface there. This includes the dash lines. I want to see how this looks too. Like I said, I haven't looked at any of this since I've got it from Torch. I just ensuring, I guess, that it actually loaded into the track, into Sandbox, I should say. So you can see how this looks now, and I think that actually doesn't look half bad. It's got that pitted look to it, like it's been sprayed over. Kind of dig it. Yeah, so in comparison to, say, this line that's over here that doesn't have it sprayed on, right? That doesn't look, that looks pretty darn cool, I think, actually. Turned out pretty nice. So these are amongst the edits that Torch has done since last stream. As some of you that have been paying attention and following, I guess, as far as the progress of this thing here, these were originally in here as light maps, so it was actually casting onto the vehicle, which that's the way light maps are supposed to work. So I set it to concrete to facilitate the grip. Okay, that's something else to take a look at. So those PJ lines, so the PJ1, so these are not, these are still asphalt. Now that's just a small little strip. That probably won't, it may or may not come into fact, you know, as far as when you cross over that, as far as on these lines, these dash lines. So let's take a look. She meant their Torch as far as to go this way. So these are set to racing surface concrete. So this main area that has a PJ1 is concrete. Now, let's kind of summarize and highlight, I guess, as far as what we've gone over in the past. The hierarchy of all the different grip levels, paint is going to be your highest grip. Okay, so as far as just keeping it at a value of 1 in comparison, you know, just keeping it into perspective. Concrete is going to be like right in the middle, and then your asphalt will be your lowest. I know that sounds kind of backwards because you see a lot of tracks that are built that have the asphalt texture as, you know, the main surface. Asphalt is like your low end grip, right? Paint is going to be your highest. So the higher you put that value as far as, you know, going up from 1, and concrete is going to be right in the middle. So the fact that this is set to concrete in comparison to the asphalt, you're going to get a lot more grip. Now, we can look at the eye and eye just to kind of compare to see what Torch has done, I guess, in that fashion while we're at it here. So this is our track edit folder. We got all this stuff already over to the to test this out in the sim, but we're going to take a look at this here. So the different grip levels, we got the asphalt, concrete, and paint. Now, the concrete has got a little bit higher, which is fine. This almost looks pretty good. Now the paint grip, the only place that we've got anything that's highlighted as paint, let's go back to this, would probably be like these lines. So let's check that out. Yeah, see, these are still set to asphalt. So there's no, this is a good point too. There's no set parameter, I guess, that you, if this is a painted line, that you have to set it to paint. So the fact that this is still left at asphalt, that's not necessarily a bad thing. It really comes down to if you want to have that slipperiness of that, because in most cases, by setting an area to paint, as far as that going to paint here, if you set this to paint, what will happen is if you set that to 1, you're going to get, and it has its own attitude and its own behavior as it is, so it's not the same value of 1 as the other 2. To include dirt, any of those, so dirt, asphalt, whatever. Dirt is probably your very lowest grip. I didn't include that because in most cases you're not going to have that unless it's in an like in an apron area or such. But as far as just the paved areas, as far as like concrete, asphalt, paint, right? Those main areas that usually involve, I guess, as far as the racing groove, that hierarchy still exists. But your grass and your dirt are definitely going to be your very lowest, even beyond asphalt. Those are going to be very low. But every one of those has its own attitude and behavior, setting it to a value of 1. That's why in most cases what you'll want to do with the paint, if you do apply that to the actual racing surface. Oh, Torch got himself a jackpot, and that's the low end one. 500 units of fluid. GG's. That definitely deserves the wiener. Nice job. Cool, good to know that those are still working too. So yeah, that's our first jackpot of the stream. Pretty cool. Yeah, so the only thing I was mentioning as far as like when you do apply a paint grip, this is why it's much higher. And by much higher, you don't want to apply this too extreme, right? You usually want to go just in increments of like say 0.05 at a time and test it out to see how everything responds. The fact that this is at a 0.15, that's pretty average. And that's going to be normally, you know, as I already pointed out, this is already set to asphalt. If you were to set this as paint, you don't necessarily want to put the paint at 1 because it'll make it a little bit more slipperier than it would be to the asphalt, especially if you've got the asphalt set to 1. So hopefully that does make sense. So usually in most cases to offset the value. Now if you had this set, the asphalt itself set to 1.5, you could probably get away with setting this to 1, and then it'll balance it out. So in either case, you don't want them to be the same. You want to offset those, I guess, by either 0.05, 0.10 or whatever, or even like how this one is. But again, I guess it's kind of irrelevant. Paint, I don't think is applied, that grip level is applied anywhere to our racing groove, as I can see here so far. All of this seems to be, let me check it out here. I don't want to be talking on my rear end. So this is set to apron, but it's set to asphalt. Yeah, so this painted line is actually set to asphalt. And that's perfectly fine. As far as if you want to have the same grip level between transitioning off of this texture here to this one, that's pretty fair. Now if you wanted to have a little bit of slipperiness there, as far as if you do touch that painted line, because this is closer to the apron, you could set this to paint on that line, as far as that texture for that, and apply it here appropriately. Now, this is probably another good point. Just because you put a paint texture, I think this is the point I was trying to make, just because you put a paint texture into an F section doesn't mean it's going to have a paint grip value. You have to set it in the F section here itself. So what you would have to do, I'm just going to demonstrate. What you would have to physically do is go in here and set it to paint on, anywhere on that. So again, just to reiterate, make it abundantly clear, just because you put a certain texture, asphalt or whatever, doesn't give it that grip value. You have to manually set that in the F section properties here. This is where, once you get it set that way, when you put it in the INI, that grip level that you apply to that actual F section will take place in the INI. And that's that fine tweak to it. If you don't put these lines in here at all, by default, you can get away with that, but what it'll do is it'll set all those different grip levels based on how you've applied them in Sandbox to just a value of 1. I highlighted the track north value, so I meant just the grip value. So even if you don't have these grip values actually in your track INI, whatever you've got your track surfaces set to, as far as asphalt, paint, concrete, whatever, it'll just put them all to a value of 1. So just for testing purposes, if you don't have that in there, you can test it that way. And if it's to your liking, I would still reassure that you do put those values into the INI itself, just to maintain, because especially if you're going to race in an online environment, you want to make sure those are applied so that they'll actually, because it's all about net code, right? These values have to be applied into there in order for that to work in the online environment in specific. Single player doesn't as much, but that's just to kind of give some clarity, I guess, as far as on that whole thing. There's plenty of these lines actually that you can leave out of the track INI, but as long as you're applying the appropriate values in Sandbox itself, as far as the PTF, the track PTF is concerned, it's just going to put it at a default value if you don't put a lot of that stuff in there. So no paint grid that you know of? Yeah. So I was just going over just a couple segments here just to understand. And that's, like I said, the only point I was trying to make, that's perfectly fine to do it that way. It's just, like I said, if you wanted to, if there was a need to, as far as these sections, especially this being so close to the apron, if you wanted to have a little bit of squirreliness in that area, if the vehicles that coming through this area, if they get the left side tires in this case, to cross over that line to get a little squirrely, then yeah, you could do that. That's one way you could accomplish that, as far as to make this paint and then set a value of 1 and or even lower for that matter. I guess as far as depending on how much squirreliness you want in the car, notice to kind of be like, whoa, that's the apron, that's just one way to accomplish that. Okay, yeah, so everything's looking good so far. So that whole adjustment to the lines here, I guess, as far as the PJ1 as they call it, this resin that they put on this area, this end of the track, at least anyway, because it has the lower banking now. And I've tested this plenty of times so far in the stream, I guess, as far as to see how much different it is on this end of the track in comparison to turns 3 and 4. You may do that before it's all said. I mean, it's just something to take into consideration. Yeah, just for some realism. Because definitely in a lot of cases, you know, when you get into this, the outside of the groove, as far as this main groove is, you can definitely probably imagine, this groove here is the main, this is where you want to be. You want to be in between these two lanes. Anywhere outside of that, to include the apron, you don't want to be there. So again, if you're down in here, it may add insult to injury. I guess as far as if you get way down here, you might want to try and pass there. You might think twice about it if you know that there's not as much grip here as there is over here. Again, that's just something to take into consideration, I guess, as far as designing the track you want it, the way you want it to respond. That's definitely one way to go about it. This looks pretty good though. The one thing I do notice is it's kind of an abrupt stop, I guess, to this one here. Something I would think about, and whether you do it or not, but what I take into consideration as far as like it needs to like have a kind of a blend right here on this line, so that's not quite of an abrupt stop, and that would probably involve creating a separate texture, you know, to have up here in comparison, so that it blends in better, I guess, with the asphalt. This is something I think about. It's whether you do it or not, it's more for aesthetics. It's not really anything other than aesthetics, because it tends to just kind of come to an abrupt stop, like a hard line. But I think if there was in fact, let's look at that texture really quick. I'm just kind of curious. These are all just obviously just suggestions, right? They're nothing to take quite literally, but it's something I think of as far as that we've done with a lot of track builds in the past. Let's take a look. So this is paint. This is on this line. Let's go back to the right. That's the asphalt. And then here's the track lines, right? So it's this texture right here we want to pay attention to. Track underscore lines PJ1. So let's look at that texture. Going to our track mat, and it would be this line, this one right here. This is one of the new textures that we're just creating here. We're going to take a look at it in WinMap 2 real quick, just to see what's going on with it. Yep, right there. We'll go put this in details. Stop screwing with my views, man. Oh wait, I'm already there. My bad. I gotta go medium. That's right. All right, we need. Where's she at? This one right here. So we want to open up this texture and see what this looks like. So yeah, this is what the raw texture looks like as far as that's applied to the track in that area. What would probably need to happen, like I was saying, as far as to have on one of these edges, probably this side. Yeah, based on the mapping of it. On this edge here, you would create that blend of the asphalt, and then that would have to be a separate texture. I mean, this texture is not very big, right? So you could probably easily just create a asphalt edge to this, you know, this nice soft edge to it. So that way, when that the way it blends into that, I think that'd be pretty cool. Have it blend in instead of it being such a hard line. Or up here, it looks fine. The way that blends into the actual PJ1. So let's take a look at the PJ1 texture itself, which is going to be this one here. So this is the actual area that goes around it. This one's a little bit bigger, a little bit more chunky, but yeah, you can see the difference. See how that blends in, even in this regard here. It's got that line here for the boundary, the window of the texture, but that line's not actually there. But you can see how that blends in there, and you can actually see it in Sandbox how well that blends in. So the same thing with the asphalt texture. Open that one up. So the asphalt texture, which is, I think it's this one here. Yeah. So this asphalt texture, if you were to apply a little bit of this edge to another rendition, I guess, of this texture, right? So you'd have to make a separate texture and apply an edge of this to that on this, probably this left edge, and then it'll help that blend in a little bit better. So you have two separate textures between the one that's more into the I'm going to go to the camera. That's more into this, and you'll have one for this, so you have two separate textures for each one of those, potentially. You could also do that probably even on this edge too. I mean, I know I'm getting really in depth, but you could even go so far, I guess, as far as to put a blend edge on this here too, if you wanted to. But it blends into this asphalt on this. It 100% not necessary, but I think it would add a little bit more visualization and aesthetic to it, just to help out all that solvent or that resin, I guess, to actually blend into the actual track surface. I think it look pretty cool, honestly. There's something else to take in consideration. I know I'm not trying to create more work for you, but it's like sometimes that happens. It's like you, as I look at this here, that's kind of the things I think of it, at least anyway. And those textures would be relatively pretty small, I guess, to be able to. So it's not really adding that much more to it, file size wise. So okay, Bill Bynes. What is going on with Racer James? Welcome on in. Yeah, we just getting into the thick of it here. Just might do that actually, pretty much. I mean, I'm not trying to tell you what to do, but I think it would add a little bit more aesthetic appeal to it. Hope you're doing well there, Racer James. Yeah, we're just getting ready. We're going over some of the edits that Torch has done since last stream, and so far they're looking pretty good. Remove the light map that was previously applied to the dash lines here, in particular on the PJ1 resin surface on the turn 1-2 side, and I think it turned out pretty good. I was just, applying some suggestions, I guess, to that actual texture. Creating a separate texture, I guess, to help this blend a little bit better. So that didn't look so much like a hard line, right? I mean, it looks good even like the way it is, but I think it would look better even with that soft edge on it. Yeah, I think, for Bristol, I think you just called it syrup, in general there. Yeah, but Torch has done some research on that, and that's what I guess that's what he's come to find as far as they call it PJ1. It's a resin they put on there, and I guess that's the same thing that they put at Bristol. I think he's done a pretty good job on it. It definitely has a distinct look to it. It has that sprayed, kind of chunky look to it in comparison to the asphalt, which looks a lot smoother. I think it's, as far as the initial development of it like that, I think it's pretty freaking sick. Now, if we had the ability to put a normal map to it to add some bumpiness look to it, that'd look even killer or more killer. But I think even this being just a 2D texture, the way this turned out, I think it's pretty damn cool. It's got some chunkiness to it to where that's what it would be like in actuality. It's not 100% smooth, so it's like it's tacky, right? So when the cars go over it, it actually helps them stick. Kind of like pine tar. Okay. Well, yeah, we're just warming ourselves up too there, I guess, as far as to be able to test out this in the sim. We're going to be getting into, like I said, as far as the reflap to develop these start the development process of the race LPs, I should say. There's be 3 of them. You have your race LP, your max, and your min. Torch has already taken he's already taken the initiative to create the other LPs, which we consider the slow LPs, and not to mean that they run slow, but you can create them at whatever speed you would like. But the limp, the max, min and max panic, and the pit LPs have all been done. I just want to go through these and make sure. Put them all in here, just making sure they all are in here. Yeah, so max pit, min pit, max panic. The only ones that have not been done are the race LPs, which there's 3 of them. So once we develop the race LP, we can build the other 2. And probably another fair mention is there's quite a bit of review. In order to get that groove, now as we've in previous streams here, you've seen that dark line that's usually right in the middle as far as the center line of the track, for example. We've only seen that one dark little, looks like an oil leak, out of the vehicle as far as like you kind of spread it all over the track. As we create these race LPs, it'll spread that groove out, kind of feather it out. And that's another thing we want to be able to develop there, is that racing groove as far as what's the darker area, especially like in the turns and such, that has the groove laid into it. So that's something else that we'll be able to accomplish in the development of these race LPs. So yeah, rubber buildup, that's right. So yeah, let me double check and make sure. Pretty sure I got this all set up here, so I'm checking on the other PC here on the other monitor to make sure I got everything that I need in here. It should. Yeah, because I want to get this, let's get this on the road here. I think we've gone over quite a bit so far, I guess, as far as just to understand where we came from last stream as well. Oh, something else that comes to mind here as I do this, as I'm panning across this. One of the other things that has been adjusted since last stream, I was able to get from Torch there, I guess, as far as the correct canopies on these deals here. So now we have it. If you remember from last time, it had a gap in here. Obviously, I had something that was incorrect. So now I've got the correct deals on that. That was just something else I thought of, I guess, as far as what has been fixed and or updated, replaced, or whatever since last stream. Something else that I'm thinking of, I guess, I don't know. Do you have this set as grass? Let me check that out real quick. That's something else I would take into consideration too, I guess, as far as to, let's go back to surface types. And we would need surface types in order to, yeah, so this is still asphalt. Okay, that's the only thing I wanted to make a point of here. So this is still asphalt. So as you come through the grass, it's not going to be treated as grass. You know, it'll still be like you're on asphalt. And that's what you'd want to look at, I guess, as far as to see. So this would be green in this area here if we had that set to grass. And these, again, all these are just fine tunings to the track as you build it. It doesn't necessarily mean it needs immediate attention, but it's something to take in consideration, I guess, as far as finalizing everything to make it react, I guess, properly. Because, yeah, when you come in the grass, you definitely want the car to be able to respond to it as grass. So that's in surface types extended. We still got that as apron, which is fine. Yep. Something else that I've come to find, especially with a lot of these types of D-ovals like that, in some cases, not always, some cases it does help to put apron near pits, like another F section halfway across these grass areas, right? And reason for that, part of the reason for that is, say for example that you're racing along and you have to avoid a wreck coming into here. If you've got it set apron near pits, you might necessarily get a penalty, and you might want that, right? Coming down to the pits, you know, in an unsafe fashion. Keeping it this way, you wouldn't get that. So that's just something, you know, as you build the track and develop it and so on. If you want to have someone coming flying through here, you know, and possibly add either insult to injury, or maybe someone's trying to actually gain an advantage by cutting through here. Something else that I take into consideration as far as that goes is having checkpoints in here. You don't want anybody to be able to cut through here and gain an advantage, right? So that's where the checkpoints come in, and we'll get into that probably later. Right now, we have these two right here. Whether or not these are correct, we'd still have to. So that's where these two checkpoints come into point here, and they work much the same way as an entrance to pit road, right? So right now, the way it's set here, it's set to 2190 and 2380 on the D long. That's the first value. So it would be set. If I can zoom this in here a little bit. So the checkpoint for this would be, okay, there'd be one right about there, and the other one is at 2380, which is going to be out here. Yeah, those are definitely not right. Those will have to get adjusted. Yeah, so basically, you know, just to put in perspective, and this is going to come down to later on, it's probably not that critical right now, but eventually you'll have to set these checkpoints so that any vehicles, AI or otherwise, if they come through that checkpoint, that's a no-no. So they're going to get a penalty, I guess, for coming through there. And sometimes you can pair that up with that apron near pits on this front stretch grass, along with that checkpoint. So if the checkpoint doesn't tag them, I guess, for doing that, and like say like they go through the checkpoint and come right back out, as opposed to going all the way through, that apron near pits is going to grab them. So it's kind of like a fail-safe, because as far as if the checkpoint doesn't snag them, regardless if you're doing a human, you know, if you're racing against other players or just the AI or even yourself, if you go through this, if you have the apron near pits and the checkpoint doesn't tag you, I guess, for doing an improper, you know, coming through this area, then the apron near pits will. Hopefully I'm explaining that properly. I mean, it's not mandatory that you have to do that, but it does add a little bit more immersion factor, I guess, as far as getting penalized as you should, coming through these areas and cutting through there, and unsafely. Because sometimes, even with having the checkpoint and not having the apron or pits, you might be able to come right through this and you get nothing. There's no other penalties. It's just like, because it's still apron, so if you get righted up here, it might just allow you to come back out on the track and you don't get any penalty. Okay. So again, it's just things that I think of, I guess, as far a lot of that comes from league racing. That my experience, I guess, with league racing, sometimes you want to apply that to add that feature, I guess, as far as being able to get penalized, I guess, for things when you do stuff like that, regardless if you did it on purpose or if you just did it to avoid an accident, right? If you're having weird rule glitches while building a track, check those checkpoints. Yeah, that's probably another fair point there, James. Like random black flags and weird stuff, right? So that's another thing, I guess, to take into consideration. So if you're having weird black flags, sometimes those checkpoints, I can already tell from what I just gone over here that these are going to need to be adjusted. So they might be a little bit too close. Now, like I said, these work just much the same as the app rule for entering pits. It's the same concept. So the first value in this case is going to be the D-long, and this is going to be the D-lat. And the 15.5, I'm trying to remember what all these values were actually. The critical ones are these two right here. The 15.5, I'd have to recall my memory on it, but they do relatively follow the same type of idea, I guess, with the app rule for entering the pits, which is these values. As far as the D-lat, D-longs, they're just defined a little bit differently. So these have a specific D-lat line, D-long line. The way the checkpoint works, you have the D-long, D-lat, and so on. So the 15.50, let me just look at this real quick here. The 15.5, and that's probably, if I imagine, that's probably based on the default Texas, if I was to look at that. And obviously with the way this one's built, it's probably not the same. So 15.5. I don't remember what the other values were for. Trying to refresh my own memory, because as far as how that worked, yeah, I'd have to go through that. But anyway, it's probably not going to be the same. I was trying to line it up, I guess, the same way to see where that's at. You would have to make sure that those are applied correctly as well. Right. Yeah, I'm just making a point, like I said, towards, I guess, as far as that eventually that'll have to get adjusted, because it's not compliant, I guess, with the way this track is built is all. It's probably not critical at this moment, as far as, development, but eventually that will have to get addressed. Correct that. Okay. I'm trying to think if there's anything else. Starter decision, that's probably another one too. It'll probably have to be adjusted too. I think of this. 2255 is the earliest, and 2300 is the latest. That'll probably be something else I have to be able to adjust. Yeah, to line up with, so let's go back here. So if you got a specific restart zone applied, you'll want to adjust that for sure to make sure that it's compliant with that. That's another thing that'll have to get adjusted along with that checkpoint. So this starter decision, this is the earliest, which right now it's at 2255, which is back. I could just put a line. Actually, let's do that. This is one good way, I guess, to be able to see where that's at physically. Do a linear guide, stretch this out. Let's go to that value, so I'll stretch it this way. So each one of these points will give you a value based on that white that shows up there. It'll tell you where it's at. So I can drag this to 2255, and it'll give me an idea of where that restart, first initial restart zone is at. 22. That's way up here. Look at that. Okay. So it's about right here. It's the first. Yep, right about right there. So that's the first line. And then the other one was 2300, which is up here. Right about there. So yeah, this is roughly where those 2 points that I put it at. So between here and here is where the restart zone is, as far as when the flagger throws the green, for example. Now, if this is where you want it, if this is where it needs to be, then won't be any further adjustment, but I'm probably assuming that it was going to need to be adjusted, yeah. From the Texas SRA, right, and that's kind of what I figured. So rather it was the default Texas or the Texas SRA. The way this one is built, it's probably not going to line 100%. You know, with the LiDAR and having all that information, we got all that. So it's, oh, the restart zone, okay. Yeah, so here's the good point. So the fact that this right here defines the restart zone, that's definitely probably going to have to come back. So this is something I'll have to get adjusted. And you can use the linear guide, I guess, as far as to line that up properly. So if we want the restart zone to be where Torch just pointed out here, this is the restart zone. These grandstands here actually define that area, right? So you'd want to put it here, which is at, yep, just point it onto that. That's going to be 2109.21, roughly. And then on the latest one will be at 2210. So if you want to set those that way. Now, something else to take in consideration here, and I've gone over this before too, because this is a curved section, coming off a curved section, you have to take in consideration the straightness of the track. So you can probably see it already. Is the fact that pit road is in this orientation, it's much straighter. You have to take into consideration that arc. So a lot of times when you put your starter decision there, they may not be 100% in there because it's going to go by the straight part, right? So it's going to factor in, it's going to average, because there's a curve here, right? Between pit road and where this is at, you might have to adjust up or down to get it exactly where you want it to fall. So this will give you a ballpark, right? As far as to put those values like I just pointed out there, to give you an idea if that's going to be, if it's going to be too late or too early, based on the 2 values. But you definitely want to make sure you're applying, and make sure you spread these out. Spread them out, I guess, as far as the earliest and the latest. All right. And like I said, you might put your initial value in there, and maybe, you know, when you get up to the physical line here, it's actually coming out a little too early. You might want to move it out some, just to make sure that it's right on that line, for example. So you can fine tune that plenty, I guess, as far as just by testing it out. Yeah. Yeah, okay, so yeah, that's what Torch was pointing out, I guess, as far as that's where the actual restart zone is. So even from the top down, it's pretty discernible. But we can also look at it from this fashion. And I assume Torch will probably be putting whatever type of signage, whatever that's on the wall for that as well. I think there is some signage there, but here's the restart zone. As far as where this is at, I think that's where it's at. Yeah, right here. So if you wanted to put your physical lines here, this would be how you want to line that up as well. Cool. You know, but I mean, even visually, I guess, as far as when you're around the track, you could probably see this, you know, coming up to it. It may be a little bit harder because of where it's inset here. But as you come up to that, you would get an idea of where that would, even if you didn't put any lines on the track, I guess is what I'm mentioning. So you can still see this here. So if you watch a replay, even without having the lines actually applied to the track or on the wall, you'd be able to know by applying those initial values to the INI if it's either too early or too late based on this here. Just watching a replay from the helicopter view or whatever like that, you can definitely see that in the stand. So it's pretty neat. Cool. Yeah, we're going over quite a bit of stuff here, and I think it's all useful stuff. I mean, it's some of it is more for aesthetics, and some of it is more critical as far as like what you would have to make sure is applied. But a little mix of things there. Well, how we doing here, Lady Death? Welcome on in. Morning? No. Afternoon here. I know you're behind. I know you're just waking up, so I'll go easy on you for a little bit anyway. Okay. Right. We know this, and so yeah, you have to remind everybody again as far as you're 4 hours You're 4 hours behind where we're at here, because we're on Eastern time, right? 4 hours, I believe it was, to be exact there. So right now, for you, it's like 2 in the afternoon, something like that. Lucky bugger. I'd probably give anything, I guess, to have be 2 o'clock in the afternoon again. It's been a nice day out. I got some things done on outside there. Right on. Working on the PC for a bit. We'll bounce it. Oh, cool. We're actually going to do some PC work. Nice. Cool. Cool. Alright. I know I've been anticipating, I guess, as far as getting it into the track here. This is going to be the bulk of what we're going to be going over on top of everything else that we've gone over so far with the track. But to get the reflap going. That's what we want to do. What I will need to do, what I didn't get over here, I guess as far as part of the start of stream here, I'm going to have to get the wheel on over here so that we can divulge into the actual track. So I'm going to take a short little break, and I'll be right back while I get that set up. So don't go anywhere. Be right back. Yeah, go ahead and give yourself shots and slots and all that good stuff while I'm kind of in a waiting pattern here. We'll be right back. Oh, I see it. Oh, Lady Death got one too. Look at that timing. Torch got one earlier. Get the win out there. Got the panel in there. I can't do it in the bot. You all have to do it. Someone, there you go. There it is. Torch did it there. So the winner chicken dinner, I guess, as far as up in the channel, the sound panel, I guess, on the channel there. So there you go. There you go. That's good for looking out. Okay, so I'm going to be right back. Like I said, I'm going to get this set up here, I guess, so we can get into the simulation and do some reflap. Be right back. Yeah, we're ready, folks. Relatively painless there. If we're all back here. So yeah, I still got that up on here, but what I need to do is switch this on over to... Alright, let's see here. Hopefully this works. Come on, video capture. Technical difficulties here. Just a second. We'll get it figured out. Okay. That's good there. Had to wake it up. So we already got that. Let's do... There we go. That should work. Let's go ahead and turn that off. We don't need that. For now. There we go. I'm gonna turn that back on. So yeah, here we are in the sim. Got everything that we just gone over, I guess, as far as the updates to the track and whatever already applied. Now what we're going to be doing is doing some LPs. And as I said, I got the exclamation point NR edit. It'll take you to the page as far as all the stuff, the commands, whatever, in the reflap utility that I'll be going over. So if you care to want that information, feel free to go with that. I know another thing I wanted to check here. I should have a command in here, reflap. Okay, do I not have that activated? Let me see here. Because that'll take you to a video, at least it did, it used to. This is on going way back, I guess, as far as the Wayback Machine, I guess, as far as the SPP times. Man, let me make sure I got this man activated here. That should take you to the video for that. I might have turned it off. Did I do that? Oh, I might have turned it off because of the other. I'll go ahead and turn that back on. Because it'll take you to a video, and I'm going to be going over this live. But if you want to have the video, I guess, as far as to go by, feel free to check that out. I know it's a very old video. Like I said, it was done back in, say, 2007, 2008, somewhere around that time frame. So it's a relatively old video. But it does have quite a bit of information, much the same as I'm going to be going over here in just a moment on the stream. Let's try this again just to make sure. There it is. So there's the link to the YouTube channel. That's on the SPP channel. But also, anything that you're watching, I guess, as far as live here, definitely will coincide, I guess, as far as everything that video goes over. But also, enter exclamation point enter edit will take you to the page that has all the information as far as all the commands and such for the in fact, I'll go ahead and bring this up on my other screen here and go by that. And it's kind of useful because you can bring that up just in the page and use that, I guess, as far as while you're doing it. So if you forget what the keystrokes are, I guess, as far as to do that, have them right in front of you. That's another reason why I've made that convenient, I guess, for everybody to be able to use them readily. Alright, so let's get into this here. Let's go into testing. And you can only use this reflap utility in testing mode. That's what that video that I just created, that link, I guess, as far as in that video, it'll explain the same thing. And I just realizing now, too, on that page for the Enter 2003 edit, that gives all the commands for that. It also goes, there's a link to the YouTube video, much the same that I just posted in chat. So it's there as well. So plenty of places, I guess, to get the information that you need, I guess, as far as the involved in this process here. Okay. Let's load it up. There's nothing. So here's the track. Track loads, so that's definitely a good sign. Alright, so we got to set some things up here. Initially, we'll go. I'm going to turn off the. Let's do that so we can get all the sounds from the game sim itself. Let's turn that off for the moment. There we go. That's more better. That's more better. I'll be talking. Alright, so what we need to do is enable the reflap utility. I've got the F1 that usually shows up in the top left of the screen so that you can see it. Hopefully. At least I can see it. What it'll give you is information as far as whether or not you're stashing and all this stuff. So you want to make sure that that's visible. So if you've got a layout like I've got, as far as like that might put that in the way, make sure that's off. This is what I've already preliminarily set up in here. So you got to turn the reflap utility on, and the way you do that, and a lot of people get this confused as far as even in the video on the YouTube channel, I have to explain that as far as it's yikes. So it's control, these are all left control, shift, alt, and then the tilde key, which is usually in most keyboards right next to the number 1 key that's on the top row. So you do those all at once, and then what it does, right at the top left of the screen, that's why you want to have that area clear. That's how you know the reflap utility is enabled. It's on. So it's not stashing or anything right now, so even as I drive, it's not going to do anything. The video that I keep explaining or whatever, it goes through how to set up if you've got a Logitech wheel, for example, either G25, 27, I think it even works probably on the newer Logitech wheels. If you have a Momo, it doesn't seem to matter. How to map the stashing. So you, by default, right, to do the stashing, you have to do Alt-R to be able to turn that on, toggle that on and off. That's 2 keys. Kind of hard to do, I guess, when you're trying to do a race LP, right? So what makes it a little bit easier, I guess, as far as to set that as a button for that keystrokes, those 2 keystrokes, as far as that Alt-R, to put it as a button on your wheel. So that way you can turn it on and off. And I'm going to demonstrate that here in just a moment. Might even want to check my... Yeah, I can do that too. So while even with the reflap that's open, you can check all the other LPs. So any other LPs, like what Torch was mentioning as far as all the other LPs, you can toggle those on. So let's go ahead and do that. So there's different ones you got to do, and they range from control 0 all the way to control 9. Right, so that also includes the race LPs, which we don't have any yet. This is what we're going to work on. So to turn on the, say, the pit ones, you want to go control 2. Nope, my bad. Control 3, 4, and 5. That'll give you the pit 0, min pit, and max. So let's go ahead and do that. So we do control 4. That turns that on. That is the min pit. Just going through my notes here, making sure. That's the min pit right there. The control 3, that's your pit. That's your this. So as these populate in here, you'll be able to tell, you know, the hierarchy of this. You usually want to have your max pit as closest to the pit stalls. Pit would be in the center, and your min pit would be on the outside. So far, that's what we have here. And then our max pit, which should be control 5. So there's all of our pit lines. So the max pit is the closest to. You know, Torch has got it really close to that, and there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, that's, as long as it's closer, that's the closest one to the pit stalls. That's what you want. So there's all the pit lines. Now to get the other lines, as far as like I said, we don't have any race LPs yet. That's what we're gonna develop here. But if you've got other pit LPs, there's 6, 7, and 8. We'll give you those, which we don't have any of those. The other lines that we have are the panic lines, so that's the control 9. And those should come up like a pinkish purple. So we can see those on. Now, something that I take in consideration here, those you usually want to have in the outer extremes of the track. So the one line will probably have to get adjusted closer to the inside wall. And it may already be doing that. I'll just have to take a look as I drive around here. In fact, let's do that just to monitor it. What I see so far is it's kind of going on the track so far. If that's the same all the way around, you want to move that inside line. It gets closer to the inside retaining wall. That's usually how those work. Because you want the cars to get out of the way of the racing group. That's the whole concept of that. So we'll take a look at that as we drive around here. Check out these LPs going. We can check it in this way. Yep. So this inside line, as far as what I'm seeing, if that's the way you want it, generally what you want to do is have that as close to the inside wall as possible. You know, in most cases, you want to have it almost the same as the max pit. You can definitely keep it this way. It's not won't be a detriment. It's just like if a car is that disabled, it may not navigate itself through the pit LPs. This will require, I guess, some testing to see if that is going to be adequate. Is all. But yeah, we can check out the LPs. So again, the pinkish purple lines are the panic lines as far as the min panic and max panic, and all the red lines are the pit lines. Torch has already taken the initiative, I guess, to create these lines. So far, these don't look too bad. That max line tends to get really close to the wall. You might want to adjust that just a little bit. I know you're trying to keep them probably spread out enough there. That's probably a little too close to the wall on the inside. AI may not react too nicely to that. They might tend to hit that. And we'll be able to see that in testing for sure. As far as once we're able to test so right down the pits. Yeah, I would probably move that max pit over just a little bit. Bring it more closer to the center. But relatively, right, that's the proper concept. You want to have this same layout. So again, the middle line is the max pit. Middle line, out the very inside line is max pit. Middle line is pit, and then your min pit on the outside. Oh, you know what? We can check their. Let's go all the way around again. I want to check this out again here. So again, we're not stashing or anything. The reflap is already on. It's enabled, but we're not stashing anything yet. I'll get into that in just a moment. Helps if I shift it. But see this dark groove that I was talking about? Because there's no race LPs, there's really nothing defining, I guess, as far as the race groove. Once we get those race LPs defined, you know, as far as, you know, how far we spread those out, just like the pit LPs are, that groove, this dark line that's in the center of the track here, will get spread out, right? Let's come into the pits here. We're gonna check our, man, that's even a nice, not a bad transition even here. I know I kind of did it late, but see how easy that is to be able to possibly, like I was talking about earlier, as far as trying to cheat the system, as far as if you didn't have those checkpoints, the checkpoint in there. So let's check our check this new wall in there. See now they're not clipping as much. The guys on the other side of the wall. So nice. Yeah, so with that wall adjusted as far as the thickness of it, that definitely adds a pretty nice aesthetic, I guess, as far as so that the animating crews aren't. Nice stop. That's a pretty average stop. Now, something that I've taken into consideration, if anybody's been following NASCAR as of late, the new Gen 7 cars and the new next gen cars that they got, because it's only got the one lug, these pit stops are crazy fast now. And we're talking less than 10 seconds that it takes them to pit now. It's freaking insane. Same number of guys, right? They usually have 6 guys by default that are allowed over the wall. As far as the field man, jack man, tire guy, carrier, and all that stuff. With having the one lug that they got now instead of the 5, these pit stops are like under 10 seconds now. That's freaking insane. Anyway, I just went on a tangent there. So whether or not you want to keep these other LPs on, you can toggle these, right? So I turned them on, so just to kind of remove any confusion, I guess, as far as what's going on there. So as I try to develop this race LP and not create a distraction, I can turn those off. That's the kind of another nice thing. So just as I turn them on, I'm gonna turn them off, but they don't distract. So turn that one off, that one off, that one off, and also the panic line. Now what I do need to also turn on is the working LP. This is what I'm going to need as far as the temp and the work lines. And those will usually populate as orange. And then when I start stashing, they'll be yellow next to it. So it's like control. Gotta remember now, control tilde. That's that funky character. So there's the orange line. So that we want to have on in order to be able to stash. So as long as that line's on there, and generally what that'll do is it'll put it right on that center line as far as that dark area, and that's normal. So until you actually develop the race LPs, that'll shift based on how you save it. And that's something else that you'll take into consideration, because as far as you save these, as far as the progression, I guess, of how you save these are going to go reflap 0, reflap 1, and so on. So you want to, as you do these race LPs, you want to keep note of which one is which, so that you know what to rename them as. So if you do your min and max first, as opposed to your race LP, which I can do, you want to just keep in mind as far as, like, because as you save it, it'll tell you up in the top left hand of the screen as far as, like, that's been saved as reflap 0 when you do that, and I'll go through that here in a moment. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do the slow ones. You can do the min race and the max race at any speed you like, just to kind of get that trajectory that you want as far as how spread apart they are and so on, and that'll help you necessarily, I guess, as far as to create that race LP, to create a boundary, I guess, as far as where to keep the race LP. So let's do that. We'll go ahead and turn stashing on, which is that button that I've already got mapped. Oh, what is that? Oh man, what the heck? That is not what I expected. Okay, I gotta check my buttons. Got messed up there. That's supposed to be my button for stashing. You know what? I had to update the graphics drivers, and I guess that's one of the things I guess that it does do. I guess that. Why is it not letting me stash though? All right, I gotta check that real quick. So we gotta get out of here for a second. I can fix that issue, because the button that I've got to find, I guess, as far as to be able to stash is not. Get out of here for a second. We'll just be able to have to re-enable, I guess, the reflap and whatever. It's not a big. Let's double check and make sure. See where we're at. Let's see what's going on. We've got. That should be. See here. Let's see. Alright, so that didn't. Yeah, so it's got Alt R there. I wonder why that stroke is not. Yeah, it should be that top button. So I wonder why that's not letting me stash. And this is what that video will go over with, like I was mentioning earlier. So I've got this button up here on my wheel, I guess, as far as the stash, but for some reason that is getting overridden by one of my NVIDIA. Aye. Okay, so it is. Let's try that again. Just definitely wasn't turning on the stashing, that's for sure. Bummer. Low line going out of turn. Right. Right, and that's probably another fair mention, I guess, as far as why you why you might want to make the other LPs first. Try this again. So we gotta, because we got out of the sim, we're gonna have to re-enable that. So we gotta go Control Alt Shift tilde, turn it back on, and then do that Control tilde again to turn the on. Gonna let me dash. Cool, man. Why is that overriding? Stashing? Not stashing. Only bringing up this refresh thing here for the... What the heck? Why does that override that? I don't get that. Well, this is a bummer. That's a bummer. Yes, that should be stashing. Huh. Well, I gotta figure out... That's a bummer. I'm gonna have to change my mapping, I guess, to that, I suppose. So Alt-R apparently is some new setting, I guess, for the NVIDIA. Was not aware of that. A bummer. Okay, so what I'm gonna have to do... Let's go ahead and set this back up here while I figure this out. I'm telling you, it's always something. Let's turn this back on for a moment so I can get that figured out. So I'm just gonna have to change my figure out how I'm gonna do that, because Alt-R is the one that you have to use. Stash the never dull moment, I'm telling you. So apparently Alt-R, let's see, does that do that while I'm outside of the sim? So Alt-R, I wonder if I can change that. I don't even know where the heck that would be in the NVIDIA settings there. That's a new one. Like I said, I did have to update the graphics drivers, and that must be a new thing. Alt-R apparently is that little dialogue there, and it seems to be overriding being able to stash. Yep, there it is. Can I change that? Because Alt-R, I definitely need that to be able to apply the stashing. That is the keystrokes that you need for reflap. So, I don't even know where I gotta go for that. That's the sad thing. Let's go into here. I don't know if there's anything I can adjust for that. Okay. Well, let me switch this over real quick while I do that. Oops. Let me figure some stuff out here for real quick. Hopefully. I'm just wondering if I can remap that something else. Maybe. Probably not in there. I don't know where that would. Bummer. I don't even know where the heck that would even be. I don't even know if we have an option to be able to remap that. I don't get why it overrides being able to stash. That's really weird. I mean, if anything, it would bring up both, I guess. Not doing that. Oh, this is what I hate about updating drivers, especially graphics drivers. Because that was not an issue, I guess, as far as prior to that. Yeah. Apologies for the delay here, folks. I got to figure out if there's a way to remap this. I don't even know what that dialogue is, to be honest. See anything initially. Got to be a way to either shut that off or remap it something else. NVIDIA is screwing me over here right now. I mean, I have to use that keystroke for stashing. That's the thing. Oh, Lord. Help me. Not seeing anywhere where I can adjust the, either change the mapping for that or disable. I don't know if that's in the GeForce Experience. Not seeing in the control panel. Oh boy, gotta love it. Gotta love it. Let's see. Alt-Z is for the in-game overlay. That's not the one. It's Alt-R. The only one I'm seeing is for the in-game overlay, which is Alt-Z. I don't see the one for Alt-R. This is all in the GeForce game experience stuff. Just for wondering. Unbelievable. I can't believe that overrides the ability to be able to stash, though. I mean, I don't care if it comes up there, but disallowing, I guess, is to be able to stash. That's weird. Reflap. Turn it off in the game overlay? Oh, so is it built in? That item that was coming up there is actually in the overlay? That one just says Alt-Z for the overlay, the game overlay. Just turn the overlay off. Okay. Alright, we'll try that then. That one says for the game in-game overlay, it just says Alt-Z, which I'm using Alt-R. Interesting. So I guess if I turn off the in-game overlay, that should shut that off, I guess. We'll try it. See what happens. Okay. Oh, whoops, that multi-stream. My bad. I forgot to turn it. That's for Tuesday. That multi-stream. I guess for anybody that does want to care to watch the multi-streams, I guess, on Tuesday with the trucking, feel free to do that. Let me go ahead and turn that off for now. We don't need that. I forgot to turn that one off. That one is... Give me a second here. Alrighty then, I think we got... There we go. Try it that way. Okay. So, just in case anybody was wondering what the suggestion has been, I'll bring this back over. So, in the GeForce experience here, all I did was turn off in-game overlay. Even though it does say when I have it on, it's Alt-Z, I'm assuming it turns off all the other overlays. Even though, because I was using Alt-R as my stashing, and it was bringing up that little dialogue over here, so I don't know if that's turns them all off. Well, I guess we'll find out here in a second. Let's go. And that, wasn't doing that prior to me updating the drivers. Yesterday, I think I did that. It had a new driver there, and it's like, well, might as well go ahead and do it. Well, that must be one of the updates. It wasn't doing that before. Alright, let's go back into testing. And we'll just make sure we can get this thing loaded up here. Drive. Alright, so we gotta bring it back up there. So Control, Alt, Shift, Tilde. The 3 flat. Control tilde brings that up. And let's see if there's a dash. There we go. Sweet. Good to know. All right. So if you're doing this procedure and you have the the GeForce gaming experience, I guess as far as the in-game overlay is on, might want to turn that off. That's probably a fair thing to mention there. Otherwise, you're stashing. So the fact that it's got that yellow triangle there, that's telling me it's stashing. Plus, it also gives me information at the top left there. It might be hard to see on stream, but it tells me it's on. Right. So as I drive here. As I go forward, see now it's laying down the yellow triangles. That's stashing. So we'll go ahead and turn that off for now. Okay, we're gonna redo. Yeah, let me turn the music off here real quick. Okay, here we go. Now this is where we wanted to be. So yeah, just a minute. This came down to I had to turn those in-game overlays, I guess, for the GeForce experience. Not a big deal. So it was disallowing me, I guess, to be able to. Hey, Steelcapper, how we doing? Oh, left turn. Yeah, we're actually in the process of laying down AI lines. So this is much. You could probably relate to this a little bit, Steel, because if there was a way in Farm Sim that we could lay down the paths, I know there's such things as course play, right? But if there was a way that we could edit on a map as far as how AI responds to certain areas, this would be it. This is exactly this would be right up your alley. As far as this would be so cool if we could have this in Farm Sim. I guess as far as to lay down the AI lines, and this is totally beyond. I guess as far as what we understand about course play. Course play, I feel, is not very user friendly. That's just my opinion, but it kind of is along the same. This is more simpler, I guess, than course play, but this should kind of relate to it. I guess a little bit there. Silkcrafter, thanks for coming on in. How are we doing today, anyway? Yep, we're gonna do it here in just a second. Here, I need to clear this out. There we go. All right, so what we're doing right here, just as I was saying here, we're laying down some AI lines. So in order to do that, I gotta put these down. So we can do these at any speed that we want. I guess as far as for max race and min race. So what we're gonna do is do a max race, and we can go around several times. We can go around as many times around the track until we're satisfied. So all we're doing right now, I can put this in this view. This view, I tend to like this view better, personally, and I can turn the gauges off, so we can get that out of the way. Turn the mirror off. We don't need it. There. So this is probably the best view, I guess, as far. And I explain all that in that video. Exclamation point reflap. It's an older video, but it kind of goes over as far as what you'll need. The newest thing, I guess, to add to that, the problem that I ran into was the fact that if you're running an in-game overlay as far as the GeForce experience, turn that off. Otherwise, it won't let you stash. So I'm in the process of stashing, and you can go as slow, fast as you want. Get the lines here. So what I'm going to establish here initially is a max race. go from there. So the max race, I'm keeping it right between the apron, which is that white line on the left edge there, and the middle of the track as far as the racing group. I'm just going to follow this. Yep, see it. Yeah, we definitely don't want that going in the grass, that's for sure. So that's why we got to go around it probably a couple times to make sure that it goes where we want it to. We're going to stay in this PJ1, which is that resin, this bottom edge. In a lot of cases, you probably want to go super, much slower, I guess, than you would at race speed, just to kind of keep it from wonking out. See how it just kind of dips there? We don't want that type of stuff in most cases. So again, this is potentially establishing the max race, which will be the low line outside of the race. So the race LP will go in between this and the min race, which would be closer to the outside wall. All right. Kind of keeping my eye on this here, but yeah, this is, like I was saying, as far as this would be the bee's knees if we had something like this in Farm Sim to be able to lay out the courses that we want AI to take, I guess, as far as on fields for field work and such like that. If they were to bring something like this into there, it would be just awesome, in my opinion. Courseplay just doesn't cut it, because you gotta, in courseplay for Farm Sims, for anybody that doesn't know, you have to lay down splines, really, but you're not using a vehicle to actually lay those lines, right? You're using just points, so you're point and clicking, I guess, as far as where you want them to go, and that's not a perfect science when it comes to doing it that way. So what I'm going to do is go around all the way to where pit exit is, where I started, and then that's where I'll stop the stashing, and then we'll check out our line to see that it's good. And this process here, you want to take as much time as you can on it to tweak, to just actually get it really dialed in. There's no sense in rushing this process. So the fact that I'm fluctuating speed on this, it doesn't matter. The race LP is what's going to be the most critical. That is going to store all the information as far as your braking, getting off the acceleration, and so on. I'm just trying to follow the same line that I did. Slowing down appropriately, I guess, to make sure that I'm following that line. Trying to make sure not to go too out of shape. I do have a setup applied to it, but it's not critical for, I guess, for doing this one here. So as long as you're able to get around the track. And so we're going to stop the stashing. There we go. So that is our first line. So that's our potential max race, just to start with. Oh, server crash, by the way. Can't be. Oh, nuts. What happened on this server there, Steel? Is that something on the server side of things, as far as the Farm Sim stuff? We got some scolds and drink. George getting himself a drink. Nice, there you go. Not sure. Well, that's a bummer. Thanks for letting me know, though. I wasn't sure if I would thought about getting on there. Hopefully, we get that situated out. Okay, so with this line that we've got here now, if we're satisfied, you can go all the way around to double check that, but let's just say, for the sake of it, we're satisfied with this line. So what you would do is you want to save that line. Now again, it comes back to what I was saying before. The order in which you save these things, you want to take note. If you have to write it down, as far as that reflap 0, in this case, is going to be the max race, because you will need to rename it, because it's just going to, it'll tell you up in the top right there. It might be hard to see on the stream, but I can see it. But you want to take note of that. It'll name this one that I save here, that I just laid down, as reflap 0. So you'll have to rename that based on which one you want that to be. So the fact that we're establishing max race, you have to go back after you do this, procedure in the sim with the reflap, and rename those LPs. And we'll go through all that, but I just want to point that out. So we want to save this. So the way to save this is we want to, I got to refer to my notes. Always have to, because it's I always forget. So we want to do /. Now what it'll do is that'll shift that, and that's what you want it to do. That means it's in that one there. So to shift it to that reflap, now we want to save it. And the way we save it, we got to do Control /. And it'll give me the information up there that it saves it as reflap 0. And that's what I want to take note of. If you have to write it down, like I said, feel free to do that. There. So up there, it just told me it saved that as reflap 0. Now it's hard to see probably on stream, but just trust me that it is there. So that reflap 0 that it saved right in the track folder to which I'm conducting this reflap session, it's going to save it there. And we'll be able to see all these as we do them. So now what I'm going to do, with that one being done, we're going to do the min race, which will be closer to the outside wall. And we'll establish that. You got booted now and won't sync. Stuck at 2%. Yikes. Yeah, it sounds like it might be something with the server itself. Have you contacted them at all yet? Just out of curiosity? They've just been trying to see if it'll resolve itself. So yeah, what we'll do at this point is go ahead and stash our min race, which will, like I said, will be outside line. So this will help define where we put our race groove. We want to leave those 2 lines, I guess, for. Let's go ahead and stash. We can do this the same way we did the max race version here. We can go relatively slow speed. We're gonna go closer to the outside here. This will be potentially our min race LP. Yeah, again, can't stress enough on whatever the race LP is going to be the one that's most critical, and that's the one I'll do last. Because you'll have to have a good setup under you, number one, to make sure that you can get around the track without getting too far out of shape, and definitely want to make sure you're not putting too much emphasis on braking and letting off the gas, because all of that will get recorded into that LP, into that race LP. So if you don't want any erratic or just a drastic and erratic type of braking and such in that race LP, have a good setup under you, I guess, to be able to do that. I've got a pretty decent setup on here. It's not like perfect by any stretch of the means. I do tend to push on both ends of the track. It's really tough, I guess, to come up with a balanced setup on this track because it's so different on both ends. One is much lower banking than the other. So as far as to balance that out in the setup is kind of tough. Yeah, so I'm going to go around at least one more time just to kind of get this all to blend in as far as that goes. I'll go around one more time. Really trying to watch my steering so it doesn't get too wonky. I mean, if you go a little bit out of shape, I guess, as far as, you know, not a nice smooth curve, it's not that much of a detriment. Because the track I&I adjustments that you make for the AI, you can tweak on that. It's not. It's really, if you're going to the extreme, like say like you sneeze as you're trying to lay this down here and it goes way out of line, that might mean that you might want to redo it. So if it puts you way on a tangent, I guess, from the line, as opposed to just, you know, even just a slight deviation, you know, that's something to take into consideration as you do. So if it's just a minimal amount of movement, I guess, as far as left and right, it's not too bad. You can adjust that based on the track I&I adjustments. But yeah, if it goes like way out of course or where you wanted it to go, you better off to read. Like I said, in a lot of cases, you might find yourself, you know, you sneeze and it'll send you off into the wall or whatever like that. It's like, yeah, you don't want to have that as a part of the recorded LP. It happens. Definitely happens. Get this one. I'm going to stop this right there. Cool. Yep, just kind of let that bleed in there. So if we're satisfied with that, we're going to move that over to the working reflap. So boom. And then do Control /. Now let's save that. Now that's reflap 1. So now I've got my max race and my min race already established. So race LP will end up being reflap 2. Yep. So it goes 0, 1, 2, and so on and so forth, depending on how many times you save a reflap, a LP. You're still looking into Okay. Right. Yeah. With the race LP, definitely torch. You don't want to pump the brakes. If anything, the approach that I take, I guess, as far as even just in, I kind of always put myself in the mindset of when I'm actually racing that I'm actually doing a reflap session. The best approach, I guess, to doing, entering a corner, for example, and regardless of the configuration, if it's a oval in this type of configuration, for example, is just to let off the throttle, let off the acceleration, as opposed to braking. So that helps set the car, I guess, a little bit better. It takes away, I guess, as far as nose diving the car and sending it up into the wall or into the apron, because the weight shifts. Regardless of what setup you do, that's necessarily what will happen. So you want to, on tracks like this that are much faster, that have a really fast corner like that, you want to eliminate using the brakes at all, regardless if you're doing a reflap session or actual race, because especially if you got worn tires, it'll send your car either left or right depending on how much wear you have on these, on all your tires. So definitely want to lay off brakes, pumping brakes or whatever like that. Lay off the throttle, if anything else. Yeah. All right. So what we're gonna do now is we're gonna stash the race LP. So I got to get myself settled in here. I've got this line here that's my min race, right? So I got that as a guide. I don't want to go beyond that. Plus, where this PJ1 substance is here, I've got that as a guide to know I want to keep my race LP right along where that dash line is, roughly, as far as all the way around the track, if I can. And I might have to make several laps, I guess, as far as to accomplish that. That's part of the process of doing this. So, okay, here we go. Goes nothing. I usually don't like driving in this mode. I might actually switch this mode. I like this better. I feel like I'm more connected with the car. Alright, so we're going to do it this way. Laying off the throttle. Not too much, just enough, I guess, just to get the car to set. Oh, see, I'm kind of... And like I said, it might take me a couple of tries to get it where I want it to go. So it's kind of bleeding into that max race. Min race, I don't want it to do that. So I want to go as much as at fast speed as you want the AI to go. Oh, yep, see, and sometimes that'll happen. I'll definitely have to redo this run, but yep, that'll happen sometimes too, and that's to be expected sometimes. I didn't warm the tires up. That's probably another thing, I guess, to take into account as far as to warm the tires up. Now, the fact that I still got stashing on, that's not a big deal. What it'll do is, as far as you drive around the track, it'll restash, right? Even as you got them out. You don't necessarily have to turn it off and turn it back on. It's still stashing even if you do that. So I probably should have warmed the tires up. That's probably another fair mention. Warm the tires up, do a lap or two before you stash. That way you know the car is going to be nice and glued to the track. Alright. Here we go again. Oh, see, I'm pushing. Dang it. Don't push. See, I'm trying not to... I'm going to have to redo this one, obviously. Push way bad there. That's where I crashed there. Yeah, you can see how it's weaving in and out. I guess on that I might have to redo that. Min race. Yeah, pushing real bad on these exited corners. Center off on this one. Oh man, that pushes so bad. Oh my goodness, that's pushing so bad. Yeah, I'm gonna have to probably do this a few times just to get it to where I want it. That's part of the process, really. Oh my goodness, is that pushed bad there. Oh my god, turn, you son of a gun. Yeah, it's pushing way too bad here. I might have to put a little bit of brake, just to set the car so that it doesn't push so bad there. Not putting any brake on is sending it right out to the outside wall. It's just pushing the way I got this set up. I could adjust the setup, but that would take a little bit. Try this again. So what I'm going to do is just set the car. A little bit of brake. Just to set the car. There we go. It might be... it's still pushing. Still pushing. And you can do this as many laps as you need to, I guess, as far as to get what you need. Once you get it satisfied, as far as where all the yellow triangles are laying, that's the whole part of the process here. Oh my god, I'm all over the place now. All over the damn place. Yeah, I don't have the best setup. But at least you get some of an idea of what this involves. I probably don't have the best setup there, so... probably need to tweak on the setup. Gotta get the tires warmed up. A little bit of braking. Set through here. God, it's pushing so bad. Good grief. I remember pushing that bad. Oh, baby. Oh, baby, pushing. Set the car. A little bit of brake, not too much. I'm gonna get way slow there. I want to get something to where it's halfway decent. We can at least test it. Oh my goodness, that pushes so bad there. Lower here. Better. Stick. Stick it. Oh, push on the outside. There we go. Slow way down, but one more lap. We turn it off here. You can kind of get the idea too of why it's more imperative. If you were to try to stash, use that combo, the Alt-R, to be able to shut that off there without having it on a button on the wheel. It's hard enough as it is. Okay, we're going to turn stashing off. Okay, now we're just going to go around here and see where we're at with this line. I got the stashing off. Now we're just going to check our line. I might need to adjust that. You can see how kind of snaky it is on that min pit, or the min race, I should say. We're going to go around here and check our race line here. Might be going a little bit low right there, but that's okay. We might have to adjust the max race and the min race, I guess, to accommodate the race LP. At this point. Kind of liking the way this is so far. Okay, cool. Alright, let's go ahead and save that. The very last LP that we have, like I said, I already got stashing shut off, so we're good. Oh, DJ, coming on in. How we doing there, DJ? Yeah, absolutely. We've been up and running here for a little bit. This is probably, I don't know how many streams now. Yeah, we out here. How we doing there, DJ? Hope you're doing well. Yeah, the line doesn't look too bad. I don't know how it's going to be, I guess, as far as the braking and all that. We'll be able to test that in the sim, as far as in a session. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to save this as a starting point. But as far as it, the only thing I'm not 100% happy with as far as how it push on the outside of turn 4, but we're gonna go with it. Last hour of work. Oh, at least you get to go be outside. It's a nice day here. What is the temperature like over there, DJ? What's it like for you? I know you've got that outside job. That's pretty cool. I like it. Okay, so we want to save this, right? So we're gonna do /, move it over to that, and then do Control / to save it. That's reflap 2. Alright, so got our 3 LPs. We got our... Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to have to get out of the sim here, rename those, and that way we can load those into the reflap so we can see where everything's at, and then we'll adjust accordingly. Because as far as the max, we don't want to have any of the LPs crossing each other, right? And I know we definitely probably do with this race LP and all that, but hopefully so far it gives you somewhat of an idea of what the process is for this is all. Hopefully it does. Right now it's 75 and oh, it's raining. Yuck. Is it muggy? I haven't had a chance to stop by. Yeah, glad you got a chance to stop in. Yeah, we're doing some creative things with we're creating some AI lines for our track that's been built here by our good friend Torch. That's also in the chat. So yeah, we're assisting him in creating some race LPs to be able to apply to race sessions. So the only thing we've been able to do with the track thus far is to be able to only do testing, so no other cars. So we need to establish these race LPs in an effort to be able to do that. So that's where we're at. All right. We don't do muggy in the mountains. Well, I'm not saying it. You have to do muggy, but it's like, is it humid at all? It's funny when coworkers complain about humidity. It's only like 25%. Yeah, 25% ain't squat. 69 degrees. It's a good number. 70%. Minnesota? Is that Minnesota? Yeah, man, I'm trying to think. Is that? Am I thinking of something else? Yeah, 70% humidity would definitely be, especially even in my neck of the woods. That's bad. 70%. 25% ain't nothing. That ain't nothing. Okay, so what we need to do at this point, those three reflaps that we have, we take note of what we did. So the very last one, which would be reflap 2, would be our race LP. Right, so we got to go into our track. I had to do. So let's go into our track, name track folder here, and go to tracks. Like I said, whatever track that you're working with this one happens to be our Texas 2020 DE. It's like done by our good buddy Torch there. So here's all the reflaps. Reflap 0, 1, and 2. So the first one we did was max race. The second one we did was min race, and then our last one we did was the race. So we got to rename these. Critical, I guess, as far as if we want those to populate in the reflap utility, as well as the simulation to recognize them. So all we have to do is rename these. In this case, and it's all one word, lowercase, when you do these. So as far as min race, make sure you don't take away the extension. So the .lp needs to remain. If you step on that, then you screw up the whole thing. So just make sure it's to the left of the extension name, to include the dot, and just name this one max race. RACE. That's our first one. So that's gonna shift it over to here because I renamed it. That's normal. So reflap 1 is gonna be our min race. Rename that. And again, same concept. JJ, give me the music. Why is that so low? I have to adjust that. Talking about making it rain. So I may as well make nice. I see what you did there. I see what you did there. Oh yeah. I don't know why those sounds are coming out so low. I know Streamlabs has been super weird with the sounds and whatever as far as the levels. I'm gonna have to adjust that. I'll have to take a note of that. That seems super low. Thank you for the biddies though. Making it rain here. So you figure it's raining here. It's really nice here, and it's like that's fair. That's very fair, DJ. Appreciate it. Raining for you as well, Torch. Shoot, I forgot to put in a flag. See, the flagger, you don't need that. I think we came to that conclusion, and I thought about this there too, Torch. When we were working on North Wilkesboro, you don't have to have a flagger, right, to do a race session, right? we did that for I don't know how many streams when we were developing North Wilkesboro way back when. We never had a flagger in it at all. What we did end up usually having a problem with, and you resolved that actually, was the fact that we could get the flagger in there, but he wasn't actually animating. He wasn't actually showing any flag. And when it came down to, if I remember right, you can correct me if I'm wrong, we came to that conclusion that you have to have at least one shared item. It doesn't matter what it is. It can be any shared item as long as there's one. It can be a cone, it can be whatever. But as long as there's one shared item, then it was working just fine. From what I can recall, at least anyway. Which is kind of weird, but yeah. So as far as they're needing the necessity to have a flagger for a race session, the only thing it's really needed for is for visual, right? To determine as far as that it actually is a green flag, right? But you do have your sounds, you know, your pit crew, your spotter crew, and all that stuff. You have those going. So as far as that visual, I guess as far as in the stand or whatever to have, because as it stands right now, we don't have a stand. That seems to sound like a redundancy, but we don't have a flag standing as in there, and that's something else we would need to address, obviously. So yeah, I don't want to forget about renaming this. So Min Race, this was Min Race, and I was pointing out not to step on the extension. So we'll leave the .lp and just rename it Min Race for the second one. That was the second one we did. There we go. Yeah, to have made that right, and that's something else we can probably focus on, I guess, as far as in developing this thing here. So getting all these elements in there, like I said, the flagger itself doesn't need to be in there. It's more or less just for the visual for it, right? Okay. Yeah, everybody feel free to play the mini chat games there. Those are still working in there. So you got the you can administer yourself a shot of fluids. You can always check your fluids too, ! Fluids. Fluids are very important. It doesn't matter if it's... You missed it by one. You already got one earlier there, so yeah. That's probably a fair one to play. There's also the sound alerts that are in the sound panel for the channel. That was my resolution for anybody that's new coming into the channel. That I used to have them in the bot, but because Streamlabs is being kind of weird, I've found it necessary to put it in the sound panel just below the channel, as far as below the stream. They're all free. I still left them free, I guess, as far as for now. There's one in there that's costs you 50 bits, and that's the Leroy. So if you want to do that one, yeah, that's cost you 50 bits. But I'm kind of playing around with which ones to add there. There's also channel redemptions. You know, if you've got go by the little red drip where you type in your text in the chat, there you go. You're finding them all. Racer James finally was like, oh, sounds? Okay, I'll play with those. Bot ours. No, that's not necessarily one. Yeah, so all the previous sound redemptions that I had there, they're not in the bot anymore. So they're either in the form of that sound alert panel, or you've got, just like that one, you've got the channel redemption points. So if you've got the channel points to be able to redeem them in that fashion, that's where so I've kind of spread them out. So the more custom ones, like that one, that was done by our good friend John Von Zombie.
Hit the pace car! Hit the pace car!
There's another one.
Hit the pace car! What for?
There's another one. So that's another custom one there. Now, obviously, for anybody that knows, coming from one of my favorite movies of all time, as far as Days of Thunder, there you have it. So a lot of the custom ones like that are in the channel point redemptions. And if you have the channel points, I kept them relatively reasonable, I guess, as far as to be able to use those. But they are on a 30-second cooldown. That's probably another thing to mention. So once it gets played by any one particular viewer, 30 seconds is the cooldown. So you might not be able to play it right away again. That's just to eliminate as far as the potential spamming of it is all. And it also gives people a little bit of opportunity, I guess, to be able to use it as well. You enjoyed what more than you should have? Man, it's funny. I'm glad everybody's finding some humor, I guess, as far as using some of those sound alert redemptions there. It's good to know that they're working. And the fact that I've came up with that resolution as far as Streamlabs is being really weird, I guess, on that. I'll have to check the volumes on that too later. Streamline. That seems really low. Okay, so we got one more reflap to rename here, and that was the race LP. Alright, let's do that. Reflap 2, and it, like I said, it starts with 0, 1, and 2, so we only did the 3 LPs. I already got the other ones renamed, so let's do this one. This one's race LP. And what I'm going to do also with this one, because in most cases the race line, which is the actual line, when you hit the R key in game, I think it's the R key. Correct me if I'm wrong. Brain fart for a second. So in the sim, when you select the R key, it puts that best line, as you would call it, as far as it puts that colorful line, as far as that shows all the braking, all that stuff. Those are usually synonymous with the race LP in most cases. Not always, but in most cases that's what you want. So I'm going to duplicate this same line here as far as the race LP into race line. So those will both be relatively the same. And it'll make sense once I go back into the sim and show that. So yeah, we got to name this one race, and it's the naming of these is critical. If you don't name these correctly, they won't be recognized by the sim properly. So just keep that in mind. The data's really crappy right now, and I'm like 1 minute behind. 1 minute? Holy crap, that's a heck of a delay. Yowza. Gotcha. Oh, the horse fart. Gotcha. I'm with you there, DJ. Yeah, that's a 1 minute delay. That's a crazy delay. Have you ever thought of doing a podcast? Listen to explain. Yeah, I have actually considered it. It's just, I don't know, it just seems easier to be able to show what I'm doing, let alone just talking about it, right? So that's why I like to kind of show these things visually, I guess, as far as this one, because a lot of times when you're explaining this stuff in words, without actually being able to see what I'm doing based on what I'm saying, it's kind of hard to connect some of this stuff a lot of times. So I guess that's the only way. But I have considered it as far as like some things are just for those that know, I guess, and have done it enough, I guess, to kind of understand as far as what I'm saying. You know, when I say it, it would make more use, you know, in that type of fashion. But not necessarily for everybody. That's especially if they're new, trying to do this type of thing. Doing it in a podcast, as far as just the words, trying to explain stuff, it wouldn't be that as easy, I guess, to show it. As easy as it is to show it, at least anyway. But it's a fair thing that you mentioned that. I get irritated if I get more than 7 seconds behind. Yeah, sometimes you just have to. And even, you know, being on data as far as a mobile, sometimes it can get really stretched out. 1 minute is quite a bit, that's for sure. Yeah, 1 minute is terrible. I'm even on audio only, and it's still just buffering. So that's probably fair to mention why you probably mentioned the podcast. Yeah. Because you can hear just the audio. Yep, that's fair. T-Mobile sucks. Actually, I've heard quite a bit, you know, good things about T-Mobile, but that's fair. Full bars of 4G, mind you. You still on the 4G then too, huh? Same here. I haven't gotten the 5G as of yet. I probably will eventually have to at some point. So we got all our LPs renamed. Now what we can do is go back into the sim, naming those all properly, and we'll be able to load those in the reflap. So that's what we're going to do next. We're going to go back into our sim. Okay, let's get it loaded up here. Oh, I did not do race line. Thanks for reminding me. Yep. So you don't have to have it, okay, right? It really, all that race line will do is it allows you to toggle using that R key, right? But since I already mentioned it, yeah, I meant to duplicate that. Thanks for mentioning that. Getting ahead of myself. So all I'm going to do is just copy this race LP. Paste it here. The heck did it put that? Hello? Fresh. Did not paste? Good grief, I don't know where to put it. I pasted. Hello? Should have put it, if anything, I should have put it. Wait, did it put it up here? Oh, you bug. Trying out loud. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. I'll find this. Daggum thing. I know it probably did, just don't know where it went. Let's go like this. It's on my other monitor. Goofy darn thing anyway, so paste. Go to tracks. Doing some things on my other monitors and nothing to worry about. Nothing to worry about. Alright, so race LP. Why did that not paste? That's weird. Alright. For some reason it didn't paste. Weird. Alright, let's try it again. Anyway, try it again. So we do copy. Paste. Thank you. That's all I wanted. So yeah, now we got this one. So you get this copy here, and all I need to do is rename it. It's all one word. And for some reason, it didn't want to paste. Goofy darn thing, anyway. Yeah, it gives a noob line and trend run, right? Probably a fair way to explain it. It's a noob line. Alright, so what we need to do is copy. We need to name it race line. All one word, lowercase. And it is critical how you name it. Make sure it is proper. So race line, all one word, lowercase, like I said. Now we got race and race line. So now those will be able to populate. Now, there's really no way to load the race line itself into reflap, but since we know we copied it, we know it's going to be the same as the race LP. Okay, that's just probably something else to mention. I do not believe there is a toggle for the race line. Okay, bring this back up here. Yeah, the panic lines, pit lines, race line. Right, so the actual race line, that's the noob line, that doesn't, there's no way to toggle that on and off. So that's another reason, I guess, to just make it the same as the race LP, because when you load that race LP into reflap, then you know where that race line, the noob line, will show up. Okay, there we go. We're in here. Here, that's up. There we go. Go into testing session. And then drive. And once again, I'll go ahead and turn this off so we can get all the sounds that are in the sim. So now, there we go. Go. Alright, so here we are again. We gotta go control, alt, left shift, and tilde. Brings the reflap up there. And now to bring up the, we're just going to do this, the race LPs that we renamed prior to coming back in here. So those are going to be control 0, 1, and 2 as far as the shortcuts for that. So control 0. Nope, that was 9, you dummy. 0, there we go. 1 and 2. So this is where, now we can take a look at where we're at. Monitor gets as far as that and see if we need to make any adjustments. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna have to make some adjustments to the min and or max race. Probably be blending into each other. See, we got some blend right here. We probably don't want that. So the bright green one is the race LP. The two dark greens, the darker greens, are our min and max race. The max is on the bottom and is on towards the top, towards the outside. We'll probably have to, so if you can see our race line, this is where we kind of want it, right here. This is what looks better. So where it's kind of blending in there, we'll probably have to adjust that max line a little bit to accommodate where that race LP is. In fact, let's go in this view. Get a better look at it. So far, this looks pretty good. I got a feeling it's going to blend the max LP into the race LP right in this area. And see that groove? See that's another thing to point out. See how that groove, see how it's defined now? Now that I've got the min and max race and the race LP defined, now that's spread out. That's what I was talking about earlier. I think it's way out of shape there, so let's see here. Might have to make a little bit of adjustment to the min. Yeah, see how that crosses over? We don't want that. We don't want any crossing over. It's not the good thing, yeah, especially right here. So yeah, we're gonna adjust this max race just a little bit. We can do that at slow. We can do that slow, and we'll just follow to the left of that race LP. So we'll go ahead and adjust that while we're in this session. Yep. Yeah, and that's kind of what I was thinking about, Torch, as far as that. Probably have to adjust the min race. Going through the front stretch there, it was crossing over a little bit. We'll see that again here as we approach it. But so far, it doesn't look... This is what you want to see, as far as the way that groove is, how that's spread out. It's not just that solid line, I guess, going through the center of the turn, for example. It's stretched out, and that's because of putting these race LPs together. It kind of blends right out here on the exit here. A little bit of braking here I must have applied here, so you just got that dark area right here. Okay, so at least the max race I need to adjust here. So I'm going to start this in turn 1.
1 minute 7.7.
I'm not worried about that.
7, 6.
That's just telling me the lap times because I'm going real slow. Alright, so let's go ahead and stash. Oh. Stashing? Why is it not stashing? Oh, I know what I didn't do. See, I didn't turn it on. That's what it was. Okay, hold on. I got to turn that line on. So it's control tilde. I had to turn the line on. So without turning that on there, it was showing it was actually stashing, but I couldn't see the actual triangles being stashed, you know, as far as that goes. So now I got it on. There we go. Yeah, so you have to turn that on if you want to be able to see it. So I was like, I could see it up in the top left of the screen there that it was actually stashing. It was like, where are my zones? So I'm going to adjust on this max race one here. I'm going to follow much the same as what it's here, but just adjust it to that race LP, which is that bright green. Right? I want to make sure it's not intertwining with that race LP as well. And I can take this as slow as I need to ensure that I correct it in such a fashion. Okay, so we want to get it a little bit more away from that, so we'll go a little bit lower. Slow it up here. Go. Yep, you can do as much modulation on the braking and all as much as you want, because it doesn't matter when doing these LPs. I guess as far as you can take them as slow as you need to. Get correct. Yep. See where it's crossing over there. I'm going to get a little bit closer to the apron. Yep. And I'll go around one more time just to make sure to where I want it to be. Yeah, that's where I crossed it over. That's where I started it. Definitely want to go around it again. You know, and even you know, doing this method here, as far as like even taking it out a little bit further on the minimum and or max race, it'll stretch that that groove out as well too. So keep that in mind. If you're finding it's a little too, you know, not as defined, for example, you can adjust it out further. Right now, I think it looks pretty good. That dark groove, I guess, as far as in the corners there. It's a little bit darker, I guess, as far as in that front stretch there, and that's going to have a lot to do. All that groove is really coming, all that information, that data is coming from the race LP itself. Not so much the min and max race as I'm laying out right now, but the other race LP. Slow this up. So we stay away from that race LP. Follow this other line as much as we can. Good. We'll call it good coming back into turn 1. On the yellow line. Right about there. We want to shut it off. There we go. Now we'll go ahead and move that over to the working line. And if you want to double check that to make sure that that's what you want, going to call it good. To save it, you want to do now. This is a brand new session, so keeping in mind as far as like every session that you come into reflap, it's going to rename your reflaps over again. So the fact that we're in a new session, this one that I save is going to be reflap 0. So you have to take note of that. If you're going to make however many new LPs, you're going to keep note. And if you have to write it down, like I said, you bring up a notepad, whatever you got to do to make sure that that way you don't get them mixed up. So. Okay, so let's go ahead and control / and that save it as reflap 0. So now that one's good to go. So I'm going to double check this min race, which is up at the top. So now we can see with the orange lines, that's our new max race, right? So the green line, the dark one on the bottom there, on to the left of the bright green, is our previous max race. The new line is the orange. So there's a lot of information here as far as to let you know as far as how everything is looking so far. So let's take a look at our min race. So far over here it looks good. I could probably bring this down a little bit, actually. I could probably bring this down just a little. Let's go around, just all the way around, just to see. I did not really see... The only place I really saw it intertwining with the race LP was in the front stretch. A little bit of snakiness over and through here. I might want to correct that too. Yep, right there. A little bit of wonk. I can probably smooth that out a little bit. Bring it maybe just a little bit closer. So it's not quite so far out. It's kind of veers out there a little bit. Let's go with this view. A little bit different angle. Yeah. I think I'm going to adjust that min pit just a little bit. See, it crosses right there. We don't want that. That's bad. That's an accident waiting to happen. So, okay. Yeah, let's redo this min pit. This min race. It's mixed up. Alright, so let's go start stashing. We're going to bring this a little bit closer. We're going to keep it on this... Bring it down just a little bit. Now that we have our race LP established here, we can adjust accordingly. Like I said, same as before. You can take it as slow as you need to. I didn't want to do that. Okay, I'll have to go around again to make sure. Kind of drifted. Must be the natural geometry, I guess you could say. So I'm just bringing it in just a little bit closer. It's not so far out. Through here it might get a little crazy because I pushed the race LP. I didn't want to do that though, so I'm definitely gonna have to redo this one. So you don't want if you brush the wall just like I did there, the AI will as well. AI definitely will. I'm gonna go around again, make sure that doesn't exist. Just like the race LP, just like I showed with that, you can go around as many times as you need to get it exactly where you want it to, the lines to do. You take as much time, take plenty of time on this processor to make sure that the AI are going to respond the way you want them to. Eliminate having to put such erratic, just really crazy. Why does it keep drifting right there? Keeping the wheel straight. Might have to go around one more time. I don't like how it dips so close, I guess, into the race LP. Coming out of that turn 2. I'll go around again just to make sure. This is part of the process of laying down race LPs. Any LPs, for that matter. But in this case, we're doing the race LPs. Rub the wall. Cool. Good. Very nice. So I'm just letting up on the throttle there. Just, not trying to use brake. Doesn't matter if you use brake in these, laying these LPs down, but just so that the car doesn't go away on a tangent. Because like I said, you will, depending on what type of setup you got in there, if you put too much brake into it just to kind of correct your line, it'll make the nose dive, which can either send it up to the outside wall or just do something erratic like that. You don't want it to do that. Keep these lines as straight as you can get them. So we can dive there. I'm going to slow this up a little bit. This way a little bit. That's better. That's better. Slowed it way up. Just letting off the throttle just so I can correct that line. So turn on a little better. Well, as I get to back over to turn 1 again, I'll shut the stashing off. Slower. This is why I call them slow LPs, because you don't have to do them at speed. Go as slow as you need to get them to land where you want them to be. Okay, so as we get turn 1 here again, we'll just turn the stashing off and we'll save this LP. Shutter off. Cool. Feel loud enough there, so we'll go ahead and save that. I think that's looking pretty good actually so far. Pretty darn good. Alright, so let's go ahead and /, get it over to that, and then save that. And that'll be reflap 1. Yep, so we got the 2 reflaps. So we got our new Max Race, which is the first LP we saved, and reflap 1 will be our new Min Race. We'll have to throw out the previous ones that we had. You could back them up if you wanted to, but I think in this case we're just going to go ahead and delete the previous Max Race and Min Race, and then just replace those with these two new LPs. Let's get out of this and make those appropriate correction. Alright, so here we go. We got... Hopefully I'm not losing anybody yet. Not everybody's sticking with me so far. I know DJ was having some connection issues there, just as far as 1 minute behind. That's crazy. Yeah, so we did figure out that issue, because as far as just to kind of reiterate, summarize, if you do run any type of GeForce experience, overlays, you might want to shut those off in doing this process, because it will disallow being able to stash, because it uses the same key functions, I guess, to be able to. Alright, so let's go into here. We should have a reflap 0 and a 1. Now, just as I said, the Max Race and Min Race LP, we want to discard those. So we're going to replace these with these new LPs. In some cases, like I said, you might want to hold on to those previous ones. You can just put those in a different folder, take them out of here, put them in a new folder, or just apply a different name to them so that they don't load into the sim, whichever you want to do. In this case, we got Max Race and Min Race. You want to get rid of those. These 2 files right here, we want to delete. And then all we need to do these. Reflap 0 is our new Max Race. Watch the same process as I did previously. I'm just going to rename this to, making sure not to step on the extension, which is .lp. So we want to do Max Race. What's the first one? And a reflap 1 will be Min Race. Yeah. Min Race, all one word, lowercase. Oh, so there's our new LP. So now we can go back into Sim again and see how those look. Make sure those save properly and are loading into the reflap utility properly. Go ahead and load it back up. Okay, testing session. And if I haven't made that clear, like the only way you can do this this reflap session is in the testing. Only way you can do that. Drive. Still in this mode. Control Alt Shift tilde. Turns it on. That off again. Now what we can do is we don't really need the working reflap or anything like that, so we're just going to turn on our race LPs, which are controls 0, 1, and 2. So controls 0, 1, and 2. So there's all of our race LPs. So let's go ahead and see what we look like here. So far, I'm liking what I see. But yeah, Max Race is to the bottom line. The bright green is the race LP. Now, race line. So if you turn that on, there's your race line. So that's going to follow the same line as the race LP. That's the noob line. Now keeping in mind too is you can see all that it's yellow all through here. It's slow through here. No braking, but it's slower. But it'll turn green as far as like, you know, more acceleration, more throttle. But it's following that pushing the R key, I guess, as far as on the keyboard in this case, turns that noob line on. See, it's a little bit yellow, greenish through here. Kind of full blast on this end as far as green. Kind of hard to see with the line on there, but you get the idea. What I want to observe through the front stretch here, I don't know if I put too much brake. It'll be more red. Yeah, that's not too bad. Not as bad as I thought. See how that groove is right there. Yeah, so I don't see a lot of red. So if you're seeing a lot of red, chances are you might want to redo the race LP. Because, like I was mentioning earlier, as far as like using too much brake on tracks like this is not a good thing. Just the way it makes the car behave. It makes it plow, makes it the nose dive, and creates much erratic. So far I'm liking the way this looks. There's enough of a gap, you know, or cushion in between where the race LPs and both min race and max race LPs are. A little bit of snakiness, I guess, on the min race right there, but that's not too bad. Not too bad. So with these being done, we should be able to test this in a race session. The only thing we don't have is some of the other visuals, like the start flagger and such like that. If we do go into a race session, what I would like to really go into... Yeah, this is looking good. I like how this looks. Yep, I'm satisfied with this. Very good, very nice. Okay, so one of the things I would want to go over as far as to set what I was talking about earlier, as far as the starter decisions, and maybe not so much the checkpoint, but at least the starter decisions definitely need to be defined. And then also the pitting protocols, as far as to make sure all that's set. So if those are not, that's definitely something that's more critical to make sure that it's 100% race ready. All right, so let's go ahead and double check all that stuff. Race LPs are pretty much good to go for now. Still need to test those to make sure that they are sufficient. But as far as what I'm seeing from that perspective, at least they're looking pretty good. All right. They use up their brakes going through turn one? Really? I mean, you do have to slow down quite a bit there. Yeah, this definitely. Okay. All right, so I'm just double checking to make sure that I've got. Avenging Apple? Am I saying that right? What's boring? Is this boring you? We're getting creative here, I guess, as far as with track build here. Hope you're doing all right. Oh, they have blown out the brakes doing it? Wow, it's crazy. I mean, I can see, you know, the fact that you do have to slow down quite a bit, but I mean, I can get it. I can understand that, because it's like you want to be able to go so fast, or just as fast as you do on the other end of the track. And I could see, you know, how that could definitely be the case, as far as, you know, they find out, they'd be like, whoa, we got to slow way up. Yep, I get it. Okay, so what we need to do is double check, as I was saying. I think I'm gonna go over to this window though. Let's try it this way. So we'll do some edits. Trying to figure out which way I want to do this. So most of it is going to come down to, yeah, because I wanted the sandbox in here too. That's what I wanted. Yeah, so I'm gonna switch this on over to this one. Let's do this. let's do this for a second. Switch this over. Give me a moment. Okay. Yeah, there we go. So what I wanted to show is how we define, like we were doing this earlier, I guess, as far as to define these start points, as far as the starter decisions and all that. We want to make sure all of these are set in the INI. So we're going to go through all that right now. As far as so without having these all proper, the AI is not going to respond. Everything that we've done with the LPs and such so far is not going to matter. We don't correct these numbers. All right. What was that, Twerch? I think I get what you mean. Yeah. So, yeah, as you're racing around the track, I can totally get. When you're in the zone, I guess as far as like that, you want to be able to go just as fast on the turn 1-2 side as compared to the. So when you're not able to do that, you'd be like, holy crap! That is, yeah. You find yourself the way that geometry of that track is down in that end. Definitely have to slow down. So yeah, I get what you mean. Okay, starter decisions. We need to set these properly. So what we're gonna do, we got our linear guide already right here. We're just gonna use this restart zone here, just as far as in the stands here as our guide. I'm not gonna worry about putting any lines, I guess, either on the wall or on the pavement. Although we probably not wouldn't be a bad idea, even if it was a temporary type of thing, just so that we can tell, because it's going to be harder to tell from the stands. But let's do this. We're going to go ahead, set one at 2190. We'll just run it to 2190.25. We're going to set that as the earliest. Whoops. So we're going to do 2190.25. Okay, and then our latest one is going to be the other side of that, which is going to be this way. And that one is 2212.70. And this is going to be a rough guesstimate here. I'm going to put some actual lines, physical lines, I guess, on here just for some clarity. So as we test this in the sim, we'll be able to know if it's too early or too late. Whether they'll stay in the track is, what did I say? Back to our line here. So 2212.70.70. Let's set that as our latest. On darn keyboard. 2212.70. Alright, so that's our earliest and latest as far as the starter decision. Now, keeping in mind, as I said before, there's probably going to be some adjustment we'll need to that, because this is a curved segment. So it's going to average that, so it may necessarily be earlier and or later depending on the way we set this one here, because you can't, if you were to straighten this out, for example, run it side by side as the pits, then that would be more 1-to-1, I guess you could say. But the fact that it's on an angle, there may need to be some adjustment to that. So that's initially what we're going to apply to see where it lands, and then either move it, bump it up or down, depending on if it's too early or too late. That at least gives us in the ballpark. And then also what I'm going to do, like I said, as far as to put a line, oops, we switch over, I gotta get this one out. Keep using that, I don't want to do that. In fact, as I do this here real quick, I'm going to do a quick little intermission here prior to getting these lines laid out here. I'm going to take a quick little bow break, and I'll be back in just a moment. Don't go nowhere. Right back. Stay there. Don't go nowhere. Alrighty, folks, we're back. Tell you what, there was just kind of early in there. I had to take care of that. Drinking too much fluids. I guess it's a nice day out though. There's two. I almost felt tempted not to come back. Sorry about that. I just couldn't help myself. Alright, where were we at? We're gonna lay down these lines here. Just some temporary ones at least, if anything. As far as to be able to determine where these start lines are. So what we can do is we can use this as a guide. We'll need to go into TSD, backside decal view, be able to accomplish this. So let's do that. Let's see what we got here. So go to view, back surface decal, and all we should be able to do is do a right click, back surface decal. We want to look for, he's got the Torch has got the TSD paint 01. This one. Okay. Click on that, and then we'll just size this up here, and basically just follow where this linear guide is. Okay. So zoom in that. We'll be able to change the rotation and all that jazz to it. So what we want to do, we don't need it quite that wide, I don't feel. 0.250. Go a little bit wider than that. Let's try. Make it thick enough. That'll work right there. Let's do it. 0.5 meter. Change the rotation here a little bit. Kind of use that linear guide as a guide. Okay. Come on. I'll make it a little bit longer. Let's say, since it's going to be somewhat temporary here, we'll just do 15. Actually, a little bit longer than that. 17. That'll work. Cool. So we're just lining it right up with that linear guide. Like so. I'm not worried so much if it's overlapping, I guess, on the wall and stuff like that. Like I said, it'll probably more or less be temporary for now. Just for our testing purposes. Alright, so the other line, we gotta go back into geometry view. We can get the other line. So that we're gonna line it up here. That one was at, we'll check our 2190.25. Oh wait, no, that was up this way. Okay, 190.5. Right about there. Right about there. Wait a minute, what the heck? Is that 21 now? Hold on. Yeah, 2190. Wow, that's a big. Doesn't seem like I'm moving it that much. The fact that it just. How much is it? 2190. Right about there. Okay, so we want to put a line right there as well. That's our restart zone. And in most cases there, once I get this other line down there, the restart zones tend to be about 50 meters, give or take. 50 meters in length in most cases for most of these tracks, so something else to take in consideration there. So we gotta go back to track surface decal, and we're gonna apply another line. That'll buy this one right here. And we put that at a 0.5 meter in thickness, so as far as width. Do the same thing for this one. 0.5. Made it 17 long. Do the same thing for that one. Yeah. Now, what was the degrees I had on this one? This one was 23 degrees. We'll do the same thing on this one. At 22. Close. That. Zoom in. Might have to change this. Get it somewhat parallel with that. I'm using the slider here, but I can definitely go in here and adjust it manually. I want to get it really precise. Probably more like 22 and a half, maybe. Oh, wrong way, so we gotta go the other way. So 21.75. 21 and a half. Let's do 20 points. Yeah, that looks better. A little more parallel to it. Again, like I said, I'm not really too worried about overlap and all that stuff. I just want to be able to find this area so we can see if those points that we've got in the INI are actually correct. We can always tweak on that later just to get those initially laid down there like such. I will need to save this as a new PTF so that we can actually see that in the sim. That's something else to take into consideration. So let's go back to geometry. Now we've got these two lines that are defining that. The other thing I want to check out, so now we got these two visual lines here, so we should be able to see the green flag come out. That's considering that we do put the flagger in there, which I will do. And even if I do just put them kind of flying out here, I'll probably put a line out here too where the start finish line should be, so I know where to put that. And this is all preliminary, right? This can all be adjusted. This is just for the sake of the stream, I guess, at least anyway. Time for you to skedaddle? Is it time for dinner? Is that it? Is that what you're telling me? What are we having for dinner anyway, if I could ask? You always have some good stuff. You had that tater tot casserole that you shared the recipe for, I guess, last time. At some point, I'm going to be trying that out. Pretty cool. Oh, everyone's still sleeping? It's going to be a late dinner. Gotcha. So you're trying to get some adulting done, I guess, while everybody's sleeping still. Appreciate you stopping by here, Lady Death. You enjoy whatever it is you're going to do. Alright, so we got our physical lines here. Like I said, I'm not worried about overlap or being too short or whatever like that. It's just for preliminary visual, I guess, as far as that restart zone, but that gives you an idea where we're at. Yep. A bit long on that one, it seems. Okay, well, we'll test it out that way and see. What we are going to need to do as well is check out the pitting parameters of what we got here. So see that area next. Not too enjoyable for me. Oh, tidying up? Yeah, it never is. Yeah, doing any of that is never any good. Fun. So this one here, but have fun with it. Try to, at least anyway. Oh crap! Where did I save that? Okay, this one's in our. That's fine. Wasn't sure if I was doing that one in our game track directory or in our edit folder. That's in our edit folder. Just want to make sure. Okay. So far that's saved. Just have to make sure to bring that over to our game track directory. You do have the start finish line TSD. It is in there? Is it in there? Did I miss it? Oh, you're talking about the actual yeah, so it's not physically on the track, but you have a TSD SF line. Is that what you meant? Yeah, in the folder. Right. Okay, so all this is going to be preliminary anyway. Like I said, it's not going to be, I'm not going to keep it there because whatever you're doing is what's going to hold water, I guess, as far as I'm doing this is for the sake of stream. So we need to check April inner pits. So okay, we got them at 2048 roughly on the D long. Let's check and see if those are at. Dang it. You minimizing on me? Alright, so let's see where those are at. Okay. Alright. So 2148. Gonna be right about here. Probably actually not too bad. 2148 roughly lands about here. $21.48.99, so we're at, what was it again? $21.48.20 and 36. Now, these 2 points here, one is the inside and one is the outside. So you got 2 points, so it's kind of creating like a gate. So the inside, the first number should be the inside line. This is 36. Yep, the 36.58, and then the outside line would be the 19. Yep. So that actually doesn't look half bad. That's pretty close. We're gonna keep it like that for now, as far as the app rule inner pits. Let's check all these other values here for pit lane stuff, just to make sure. I can build on what you have done though. Yeah. I'm not going to send you what I've got. Right, Torch? I won't send you what I've got. Like I said, I'm just doing this as a... So you could probably do it much... I'm doing this very quickly, I guess, as far as... I'm not worried about, like I said, as far as the lines being all nice and square with the F sections and all that stuff. So... yeah. So that looks good there. We want to look at these other values. I'll definitely leave it up to you, I guess, to put those, you know, make them look nice and pretty. Let's see. So we've got merge from pit line D long is 1120. Oh yeah, for those, yeah, I can get you those. I've been meaning to get those too, I guess, for a while. Those are pretty easy to get in there. I've got those in here just based on yours. They're all set to, they're set in place, so yeah. I'll have to be sure to get that to you. So 1120 on the D long was merged from pit lane. See where that's at. That should be actually somewhere. What was that value again? 1120. Merged from pit line. Seems way out here. Holy crap, it's like... I might want to adjust this a little bit more so it's like right about there. Okay, we may find that, you know, maybe bring that back a little bit. But for starters here, I guess it looks pretty decent as far as 1120. Merge to pit line is at 1310. This is when the AI in particular would pit, as far as like when they would decide to merge to pit LP. So 13 and so right about there, or they would decide whether or not they want to pit. So merge to pit line. So that's all that's happening on the back stretch. Okay, so we'll leave that there for now. Merge to pit line length, that one we'll just leave alone. That's the window, so in between these two values is what it determines as far as, that's the window as far as like when they decide coming. So between this value here, merge to pit line, and what is defined as the actual app rule inner pits, that's the window that they have as far as whether they're going to pit or not. So the difference between the 1310 in this case and the 2148, you're leaving a 500 meter window, I guess, as far as them to decide if they're going to pit or not. So that seems pretty decent. Okay, so the pit. Here's the other critical part. So pit lane end. That's the pit exit. Let's see where that's at. We definitely want to make sure that's ahead of the actual first pit stall. So right now that is set to 225. So where's the first pit stall? Is at 215, so that's behind it. That's good. So where does that actually fall? 225. Zoom in here a little bit. .225 is roughly right about there. It's kind of like on this latter half of that dash line. That's not too bad. Definitely want to make sure that that value is ahead of this last pit stall coming out of pit exit, and that is. I can tell that here. 215 is behind 225. Okay. Now the pit lane start. That's the obviously the pit entrance. 2189. Check that out. 2189. Here's our linear guide. Okay, this has got to be moved back. So 2189, that's already coming up to here. Yeah, we're going to have to pull that back a little bit. So we're going to do it. Looks like, oh, 2165 should work. It'll put it before the actual pit stall start here. 2165, I think will work. So we'll set that instead of 2189, we'll do 2165. There we go. So that's set. And then all these other offsets, that's gonna, what you want to do is observe how the the transition of the AI, if they tend to be erratic as far as like they nosedive into it and such like that. That's what all these offsets will control, right? So that's things to keep. We won't mess with any of that for now until we see some really erratic, if we happen to experience, I guess, some erratic movement, as far as how they transition from one line to the other, as far as based on race LPs and pit LPs. So we'll leave those alone for now as far as all these offsets. But the last piece, okay, pit road is 45. We're gonna leave it at that. We're gonna check out the pace card too. Pace lane merge D-long 951, so that's going to be coming out of the pits. It's currently set to 951, which should be closer to the back stretch. So this is this value that I'm speaking of right here. This is when the spotter will say you're clear of pit road, clear, like, for you yourself as far as the player. That's where that does. Even though it's under AI stuff, what the AI tend to pay more close attention to is what I already said earlier as far as the 1120. That's when they'll merge. But they'll also use this somewhat, that's why it's in the AI section, as kind of a window for them to merge between the 1120 on this end and on this end. But more actually what this is for is your spotter, as far as to tell you when you yourself as a player is actually clear of pit road, where you can start to merge, is at this value. But you can kind of get the idea as far as the way this is all designed here, right? This part here defines, it's kind of sandwiched, I guess, as far as the better way. So everything that happens in between here kind of brings it all together, I guess, as far as the window for the merging and all that stuff is to include all the offsets. So between this one and this one creates that difference of what's the window for AI to come off the pits to include you as the player. But this is what'll cue. Critical thing, I guess I want to make point of, this value here is when the spotter cues that you're clear, go ahead and merge, is this value. So this one's set to 951. So when in this case the spotter says you're clear to merge, is right about here, so right at this opening in the wall. That's a kind of a visual cue there. So Just about where this opening in the wall here is when the spotter should say you're clear. You know, safe to merge or whatever he says, whatever kind of spotter you've got. That's what that value does. Okay, so that all looks good. The only thing I really had to adjust was just the pit lane start. That 2189 we adjusted to 2165. Everything else looks good. Now the pace car, I did not go through all these, so I'm assuming Torch you did all these up, right? So these are all, I'm assuming these are all square to go. Now do we have a full grid as well as a pit grid? These. Yeah, so it looks like here you do have, starting from pit road, this will be a full pace lap, and this is the half pace lap. We're starting at 1358, 1350. I assume these are all done. We'll test this all in the sim for sure. You didn't do the grids, okay. So the grids are not done. Okay, so we'll see where these land in the sim. 229. Okay, I can already see that. 29 is going to be ahead of... Yeah, we'll see how it lands. So that'll probably be something else that'll have to be adjusted in the I9, but it's for starters here. So the stalls are good. 215.79. 2180, 46. I'm just going to look at these real quick. 2180, 46. Let me double check. I just want to see what you got here real quick. 2180, 46 should be the last stall. Let's put these are in the linear guide. Why not? Why not? 2180, 46. B. Out there. That's the last stall. Okay. That looking good there. Sweet. Now, ball stall. What do we got that at? Just out of curiosity. 208, 3970. See where you got that at. So I have a clue as to where. Down in this end, obviously. 208. Right. $39. Okay, so you're more this way. So our qual stall is roughly right there. 208, 37, 39, 7, 208. So roughly about right there is where our qual stall is. I think cool. And then the pace car is parked at 236.89. 236.89. Right about there, I think. 236.89, 38.71. It's really up against the wall here. You might have to move this out. 38.71 is going to be on this side of the wall. Unless that's... Did you have it on the inside here? Is that where you put that? 38.71. Right about there. So you've got the pace car actually on that side of the wall. If I'm reading that right. You didn't set the pace car? So what I'm looking at here, 236.89, 38.71, that would put him right on the inside of the wall here. He'd be on this side of the wall. It might not be a bad thing. It might work. 38.71. Yeah, so right about there is where he is. Okay. So I'm just making some preliminary observations here to see where everything has fallen so far. Well, the thing is that you've got a W section there, so it may not. you may not go through it because you got a W section here. So we might have to move them out here, possibly. Yeah, we'll have to move him on this side of the wall because you've got a W section here. So if he hits this, he's not going to be able to get out. But now that I mentioned that, we'll have to probably move him out this way. So all we need to do is move him on D-lat, really. 238. What was he originally? 236.89. Right about there. So we'll put him at about 35 meters from D-lat. That'll put him on that side of the wall. That way he'll be able to go. Let's move him there. So we'll go 35 flat on the D-lat. There. Well, we got our pace car set. Now you didn't do grid, so we'll have to see how those work there. I'm not going to mess with those right now. If they are wonky, we'll just have to get those fixed. So yeah, everything else should be good. So the only two things, just in summary, that I had to adjust was the pit stall pit pace car location and the pit lane start. Cool. Very good. Well, what I kind of like about the way you got this is it's still, yeah, you don't want to be able to drive through this, right? So if you're coming off, you crashing through here, if you hit that, you know, as far as if this is just a void here, it's probably better to have that there, even though if it's invisible. I would not want to take that out. Because if you can go right through that. If you're crashing, you're spinning through here, you can definitely go through this. That wouldn't be a good thing. So, but yeah, I would leave it there, honestly. Alright, so let's go ahead and save this INI the way it is. So we did our starter decisions. I did not do anything with the checkpoint yet, which will probably still have to be at some point adjusted. But for now, I'm just going to leave it where it's at. At some point, that's going to have to get adjusted. Okay, we'll go ahead and save this. Close it. And then we're going to have to get that over to our game track directory so we can actually see where we're at. So we got to get the PTF that we save here with those lines. Oh, I wanted to put in the start finish line and the flagger. That's the other thing. You don't like I said, you don't have to have the flagger, but I want to have some type of visual, at least anyway, to see how those. The only way to monitor at this point is either number one, either put a track condition light, which we can do that as well. You know, be it caution lights or whatever, or a start flagger. So, how do you do that? The keyboard anyway keeps disconnecting. Let's see here. Yeah, so I want to do start finish line. So what we need to do, so we can see where it is visually here as far as this purple, we want to put a start finish line, a visual one that we can actually see in the sim or whatever on there. So Bort should mention there is in the track folder, we do have that. So let's go to track surface detail, view again. Alright, and let's see what we got here. These day, what do we got it named as? There it is. Say it. SFLN. Cool. Now a lot of this is going to be preliminary. I'm not really worried. Oh, I see what it is. I see. You took the one out of the. This one's already created. Whether or not that needs to be redone or whatever, that's. Sure, it probably does. So let's go ahead. We did those other lines at 17 length. A little too long, actually. Here, so 15 and a half. That looks pretty good. And then, how wide do we want this? We want it to be 2, 4, 5, 65 meters. Again, this is just for placeholder. Alright, now we need to get it into position. So we're going to have to go, now that we've got it established in here, we'll go back to the geometry view, see where we're at. Okay. So, in an effort to get that where we need it to be, which is right here, I'm going to put the linear guide in that position. Why does this keyboard keep doing that? Keyboard keeps disconnecting. It's really upsetting me. Alright, so let's see. Linear guide. Let's bring that over to this lead segment so that way when we transition, I guess, between the track surface decal view and geometry, we'll be able to know where to put this decal. I'm going to take this, basically just line this right up. That. Like that. So now we have something visual, I guess, to be able to see where to put this decal. Now when we go back to surface decal, now we know where it needs to go. Slide it over this way. We're just going to kind of center that. Now we can probably take one or two approaches. Some start finish lines, I noticed that they go like this on the other side of the lead segment, and some of them just kind of cross section it like so. I'm going to do it this fashion. Going to dissect that, so it's going to be a little bit on each side. So as you cross that line and get totally past this, and yeah, but you could take the approach to say put it all on one side, or like put the depending on how wide you make this, right? You might want to go like this, but once you're completely past the visual decal, then that's a full lap, for example. Depends on how you look at it. I tend to look at it from the spin to just dissect it like this. Cross-section it like this, so it's right in the middle of the decal. So as you come across, the nose come across the middle of the decal, then you know that's, yeah. I like center too. They have it center? Okay. You know, I don't know how big that actually is there. I'm sure I didn't make it the way it needs to be. I'm just putting it in here as a placeholder for now, like I said. Alright, so now we've got that visual for this restart zone, start finish line. Now what I can do is bring in the flagger. So again, like I said, you can do one of two things. You can either put in a track condition light, which we can bring in just a shared one, just for now. Or we can bring in the flagger. Now the flagger has a little bit more involved with it. If you're going to bring it directly into the track, because you got to include all the flags, to include the actual official and so on. So there's a little bit more involved with that. Not that it's a terrible thing, but I think what I'll do for now, just for the testing purposes at least, is put a track condition light and just use the shared item. That way we have at least that prerequisite of one shared item into the track. Whether it stays that way, that's still, you know, left to question, but for the purpose of what I'm trying to show here, I want to at least put it that way. NASCAR rules state leading edge of the first solid stripe line is actual scoring start finish line. Most tracks don't paint it that way. Oh, I got you. So what NASCAR does in comparison to what the tracks actually do, yeah, gotcha. To me, it just seems to make more sense, like especially when you've got a bigger decal, I guess, as far as for start finish line. If you're just using a simple line, I can totally see, you know, going by what NASCAR says, is to put it, you know, as they say it should. But when you've got such a vast decal, I guess for lack of a better way to put it, it's better to center it, in my opinion. It just looks better visually. Yeah, I catch your point there, Racer James. Shoot, I forgot what I lost my train of thought. So we got, we want to bring in a, so yeah, go into object placement, and we're going to bring in just a shared track condition light, and I'll put it right here on the wall here, just as far as where the, you know, roughly where the start flagger would be, for example. So let's go ahead, trackside object, and we're gonna go through the shared item. You know what? I don't have the shared items unpacked. Bummer. I might have to take the long route. Now I think of this. So the way I've been doing this whole time, because we don't have any shared items in this at all. I don't have an unpacked shared folder in this thing here, and so this might prove, I guess, to be a point as to why you might want to have that, because of that one item, shared item in the track or whatever, to make all these other functions like these flagger to actually function properly. So I might have to do that. I'm not going to do it right now, but at some point I might have to consider doing that. Okay, so where am I at as far as being able to put something in the track that gives me the green status? Do I want to do the flagger, or do I want to do a track condition light? That's my question. Torch, I'm assuming you're probably wanting to go with the whole concept of putting everything that the track is using as far as directly in the track, as far as use shared items for the most part. So on that concept, let's put, we're gonna find ourselves a shared flagger. I just gotta remember where I put it. I might have, I think I've got, I can't remember what I have here. Yeah, as far as regardless of what session, yeah, I know that, but I'm just saying, as far as like what where was I going with that? So we want to put it directly in the track, I guess is what I'm saying, and not have it referred to, I guess, the shared one. What I would need to do, yeah, so like that. I should have, double check and see what I have here. I think I've got, I don't have the actual, son of a gun. I did not think ahead of this, I guess, with this one here, so you have to bear with me a second here while I figure out track condition light or a flagger we want to put in here. So just so that we can tell what status the track is in, if it's a yellow flag, green flag, or whatever. So in order to test out the restart zone and all this stuff, we would need something, either the flagger or track condition light, or any combination of the two, so that we can, you know, distinguish that, I guess, as far as everything that we've done with the INI. But I don't think I have anything readily available. Man, I'd have to go digging. I've got that probably saved somewhere that I don't know. Like I said, I don't have an official track editing folder. I've just been working right out of Torch's folder without a shared items or anything like that. So it's creating a detriment for me right now because I don't have anything to refer to. What I could do, yeah, I could possibly do that. Let me try that. I'll unpack the shared folder. Well, that's the thing. I would have to unpack something. You know, either be the shared folder or the Dover folder or something to get that stuff, right? That's the thing. So it's going to take me a little bit. I didn't think ahead, I guess, as far as with this. I was just, yeah. So until I actually had to do it, it's just, yeah, here I am. Stepping all over myself. So yeah, I don't have a shared folder to go through. So what I could do, potentially, do this here. I'm going to go ahead and unpack. Oh, wrong one. I don't know what the heck that's doing in there. Virus. What I'm going to do is unpack. And this is just for temporary. You know, it's just a placeholder. I want to get something in there, like I said. So whether or not I use something that it's in another track or whatever like that, I need something to use. So what I'm going to do, is unpack this shared folder. I got the Windmill 2 still open here. Oh yeah, we were looking at this stuff. Close all this stuff. And we're going to do an unpack of that shared folder. We have something to use there. Alright, so let's do extras, unpack. And we're going to navigate to... So go here. Virus. Tracks. Shared folder. So this is probably another good reason why you'd want to have the shared folder open anyway. Not only for that prerequisite that you need to have at least one shared item in the track for everything else to function like the flagger, but also, I guess, so you have something to be able to put in there even temporarily before you apply something custom to the track that's directly in the track. You want to have this open to at least have something to utilize. I haven't even been able to get this all set up properly, I guess, as far as since I got the PC repaired, so we're going through the steps that it would take, I guess, is to do that. So all I'm using is WinMip 2, and I'm in my unpack mode. I'm going to unpack the shared folder right in that folder. Right? And it's going to create an unpack in the shared folder, and I'll just rename it as shared. So we're going to close that. And now we got this unpack of the shared that I just did. I'm going to rename this as shared for clarity. And then what I can do from here is pull this out and put it into where Torch's folder is, which is this one here. We're just going to slap that right in here. Now I've got a shared folder to go by. That's really about all it takes as far as to pull that. So with the fact that I'm opening the track from where I am, it should load this in the sim. But what I'm going to do before I do any of that is save what I have here so far, so that it'll read that shared folder. I'll have to open a new session of alright, so let's go back to geometry, and we're going to save the track in this fashion as a new PTF. Okay, new PTF. So we're going to label this one, and what do I want to put on this one? I want to label it so it makes sense as far as what I did here. Let's do... I'm going to do race. Yeah, I'll just label it race. So somewhat, what was I with this? R-A-E. Cool. So that's what we're doing. We're trying to get this PTF set up to be able to race on it. Alright, so we got that saved. I'm going to confirm that that did save. Should be in here. There it is. Cool. So I want to confirm, and then I'll close this out and reopen that PTF. Number one, to make sure that it does load. What I'm hoping this should do, I give this a second to populate in there. What I'm hoping that this should do is it should read that shared folder, that unpack. Come on, baby. Yeah, man. Yeah, the fact that Sandbox is really buggy program, so you have to just give it. There we go. All right. Get too click happy on it because you might make it mad. All right, so we did get the track to load, and it does have all of our stuff in here still. Here. Yep, so everything is still in here. That's good. So I just wanted to confirm that. Now what I should be able to do... Oh, almost got it again. It's close. You get anything on the Scold? You got nothing off the Scold. Not being too nice to Racer James there. Okay, gum thing. Yeah, so if I go to Object View... What I want to see, now I get all that shared stuff. See, I wasn't getting that before. That's what I was hoping would happen. So that's really all that is required. So the fact that I've got this design just like I do, right? I've got this unpacked track and the shared folder in here. But Sandbox will read automatically wherever you're loading your track from, and it'll look for a shared folder. If it doesn't find one, as we've been doing, I guess, as far as the past few streams, It just won't load those items in the track, in the sandbox, right? Now that I've got this unpack shared, as I do, now it's giving me the option to put those items in there. But this is what is required to have that that DAT unpacked. It says I've got it here so that it will populate the sandbox. So again, just going through here, now it's got all the shared items. So what I want to do is at least put a flagger in the shared sense from there and apply that to the track. Just as a temporary placeholder, at least anyway. Alright, so we need to look for flagger. That should buy. I remember the name of it. I think it's just flaggers. I forget what its name now. Brain fart. It's gonna be in the shared stuff, that's for sure. I think it's flaggers. So it's gonna be in the F. Oh, for crying out loud, what is it named? Let me go into the shared folder here real quick. Not that one. Not that one. We need this one. That should be... Actually, I think the pit flagger, or the series flagger, is actually in the individual tracks. Alright, so I should, if anything, I should have a caution light. Do we? I'm having to refresh my memory as far as what is all in the shared and what is not. Shared folder does have a caution light, I think. Let's see. If anything, we do have a cone. That's not going to give us a race kind of stuff. Dang it, I'm gonna have to go to another track. Pull that out. You have black flag, flag. What in the world is this? That should be the American flag. Yep. Flag black, flag blue, flag red. Wow, I'm having a complete brain fart right now. I think the okay, if memory serves right, I think the flaggers and the those are all specific to the track. That's going to be in the track, not necessarily the shared. Okay, not that this was a terrible thing to open up the shared folder, as I did. Let's have the flaggers in here. That's another fair mention as far as the flaggers. The fact that this INI for the flaggers is actually in here too. Another reason why you got to have at least one shared folder, because the sim basically, what we've come up with, the conclusion that we've come to, because there's a lot of things that are related to the flagger in the shared folder. That's why you have to have at least one item in the shared folder. Doesn't matter what it is. It can be just a flag, a cone. It doesn't matter. The sim itself has to be able to read this shared folder in order to be able to take advantage of any functions that such things as the pit flaggers and the flag stand flagger has. All that stuff is contained in here, right? So that's probably one thing to fair mention. So it's probably a good thing or whatever to summarize, I guess, as far as what the struggles that we had for the North World build, not being able to get the flagger and the flag stand to work, is because we had nothing at that time that we were testing it as far as tied to the shared folder. And because of that, the simulation in itself or whatever could not find this flaggers thing because we weren't referring to anything in the shared folder. So once we did that, I think we would just put like a simple cone from the shared folder or something like that in there. It was something really simple. Doesn't matter what item in here, as long as it's a flaggers, they can read this flaggers INI and all these other flags that are tied to the sim. Even though you have a custom one, you know, a custom flagger, whatever in your track, right? It's still got to read from here as far as that, you know, that functionality of those items. Okay, so what I am gonna have to do is actually get a flagger from another track. That's the conclusion I'm coming to, which is not that big of a deal. I'll just have to unpack another another track. So let's do that. I'm not boring anybody too bad. I know a lot of this stuff can seem pretty tedious, but it makes sense as far as like that. There's a process behind getting all these items, I guess, into the proper location so that everything works like it's supposed to. So I need something visual, and I know I sound like a broken record, but in order to be able to test everything that I've done to the I to make sure that the restart, I do have my spotter, right? But to have something else visual to actually present itself, to know that it is a green flag or whatever, I want to be able to put that in there. I do definitely have just the sounds from the spotter crew chief telling me, I guess as far as the, green, green, green or whatever, but there's nothing else visual besides the lines I put in there and such like that. So, oh man, that was so close. You almost got another jackpot there. Almost. Alright, so what I need to do, like I said, is to unpack another track. I wish I had thought about this earlier as far as to be able to get... I'm going through all this unpacking stuff, and so let's do... So these are all the tracks that I have in my head here. Let's use... Torch had made the suggestion to use the Dover track. That might not be a bad idea. Where's it at? Alphabetic, you dummy. Okay. I think my brain's starting to shut down. Alright, let's go with this one. So all we need to do here is unpack this DAT so we can get the items that we need for flagger and that. So medium. Go this way. We're going to go open with, limit 2. Extras, unpack. Now we need to navigate to that track folder. Okay, so we're going to use Dover. Now, the critical thing to doing this, you're going to have to make sure once you find the 3DO or the flagger and all that stuff, you're going to have all the associated MIPS with it. That's the other thing to take into consideration. So I guess it's not a terrible thing that we have to go with this processor. So regardless if you have those readily available, which I usually do, or if you need to unpack it from a track that you did previously, that kind of shows this process here. So from this unpack, we should have the items in here for flagger. So what I need to look for is flagger, which is specific to a track, not necessarily in a shared folder. Even though those items, as I mentioned earlier, the functions of the flagger are in the shared folder. That's why you need to have that one item reference to your track from the shared folder. Alright, so flagger. Goodbye. And there should be a left and right. How am I not seeing it? Am I blind? Okay, there's the flags there. Flagger pit 0. Okay, this one we're not worried about right now. We just want the flagger. So this one would be the SF_R. The pit flaggers are not worried about just yet. Just yet. We want to get this guy. Copy this over to our track here. Oh, put that over here. And then now what we need to do is get all the associated files with this flagger. So the way you can do that, you can open it up in Notepad. Whoop, that was ++, my bad. Don't worry about that. If you open it up in Notepad, you won't get that. I opened up with Notepad++, and it gives you that. Just plain old Notepad. And then what you want to do, find all the associated files to it, textures-wise. Just do a search for MIP. So we need series flagger. We'll go back here, the unpack, and we need series flagger. We'll go through these one by one, just to make sure we get them all. So essentially with the flagger, it'll be the uniform that he wears, which is the series flagger, and then the flags associated with it. We'll go through each one of them. So series flagger should be... all in alphabetical order. So here's series flagger, so we're going to copy that. Taking this right out of that unpack for, in this case, the Dover build. Paste it in here. Okay, so that's one of them. Next one, we do next. Flag checkered. Fact. We should have a flag checkered in here. I can't remember exactly, so pretty much all of them should be in order here. So we got the checkered, green, and red. That should be the minimal ones there. Got these three at least. Those all in here. Okay. What else? Checkered. There's flagger. Now, I'm going to put all those other flags in there because really all it's calling for is just a series flagger. Now, keeping in mind, just going back to the shared folder just for a second, the checkered flag and all that is already in the shared folder, right? So that's probably why this particular flagger is not calling for these to be in here. So you could probably get away with not putting these in here at all, as far as that goes. Just for the sake of argument, I'm going to keep these in here because I'm almost pretty sure, I think with having the shared folder now unpacked, it wouldn't be so much of an issue. But because previously we didn't have the shared folder unpacked, if I was to try to load this flagger into the track, it would say could not load it. You know, we wouldn't be able to load it. So by ensuring these in here as well as in the shared folder, now it shouldn't have a problem at all. Racer James. Oh, you're talking about yellow flag. Yeah, so probably yellow flag too, but I'm gonna humor this for a second, right? I should be able to load this because I've got the shared folder in there now, right? It should load from that. If it doesn't, then yeah, probably it's such things as like the yellow flag probably wouldn't exist. So I'm just trying to humor this, I guess, right now because, like I said, previously I didn't have the shared folder unpacked. Now that I do, a lot of those items that are related to that flagger are already in the shared, so it should automatically work. In theory, at least anyway. But so it's not necessarily a detriment to either have the shared or to have the shared, as long as now if you didn't have the shared, now that we're on this topic, if you didn't have the shared unpacked like I've previously been doing, you would need to have all those files, yellow, checkered, red, blue, all of that stuff in the track folder itself that you're creating here. But because of that shared, okay, anyway, all that being said, object view, so we're going to go like this, add trackside object, and we should be able to grab, should be all alphabetic here, so it'll be flagger, SFR, and it did load, didn't give me any errors. See, that kind of proves my point. Because the shared is in there, and even if I do miss one file, like the yellow that's directly in the track folder, it's reading it from the shared. So it's good to go. Alright, so what I need to do is go into my items list. We need to find that flagger that we just placed here. These are pretty blended in here, so I just gotta go to my items list. And here he is right there. There he is. So, just as I've pointed out plenty of times before, if you can't find the bounding box, so the bounding bar kind of blends in, I guess, with your textures or whatever, the track, go to your items list. So in this case, I need to put it on fixed so we can actually move them, put them into position. And we're going to put him basically over here. And we might, I don't know if he loads in right away or not. Let's see. Let's see what we got here. We had to reload the track because we saved it to make sure the shared folder would actually populate, because as far as upon opening it again. We need to lift them up here. Let's put them, let's see, maybe a 5, 7. Okay, so it doesn't look like he loads initially, which is fine. We've seen the bounding box for it. And the fact that we don't get any initial errors, that's good. Good sign. What we want to do is get him, you know, kind of, I don't want to put it as far as, kind of exaggerate his positioning for now. Because we want to be able to see him for sure. Okay, so we'll put him at 10. That's we'll have to save this again and reload it to see where he actually populates. We need to rotate him or anything like that. That's normal. That's going to happen sometimes. Alright, so let's go ahead and save this track. Save as, and we're going to do this as, I'm going to save right over that. The only thing we did was just to add the start finish flag. You could take the approach and just do it as race 2 if you want. That's your choice. We didn't really edit all that much to it, you know, as far as like geometry or anything like that, so it should be fine to just go ahead and overwrite that. It all depends on how much work that you actually applied to the PTF would more or less determine, and I've mentioned this I guess plenty of other times in other streams, as far as like if you've done a lot of geometry work I guess to the track, always use a new PTF. But it's always a good practice to always use a new PTF regardless. It just really depends on the bulk of what you're doing. You know, if it's a lot of things that are related to geometry or adding objects, definitely a new PTF every time. Every time. Okay. So now what we're gonna do, now we got it saved, we're gonna do new, close this out and reopen the track, and our flagger should show where we placed it based on this new PTF save. Okay, give this a second to load up. We got a lot of information that we're going over to, I guess, and it's some of it might be review, but definitely some of it is probably new. Some people that might be watching, so why we go over it more times than one. Did it load in? Yes, it loaded. Alright, now let's check our positioning of our flagger now. So I'm gonna end up having to bring this all over to our game track directory. I'm doing this all from the edit folder, right? So it's like I'm gonna have to bring that all over. So there's our guy. We'll move him up a little bit more outside of the other side of the fence so we can see him better. We're gonna simulate that we have a flag stand. How about that? Don't have it in here yet. That's still yet to be done. A little bit at a time. All right, so let's do view. Now we can just position this guy. All right, so I want to move him out, and let's manually move. We're gonna put him out here on this side of the fence for now. Kind of clipping out there, I guess, a little bit. That's weird. Noticed that before. That's probably because of the animations to him. Never noticed that before, because usually he's in a flag stance. You don't usually see the legs he gets disappear like that. That's pretty good for now, just for initial placement there, just so we can actually see him waving a flag. So we'll just pretend, like I said, for a moment that that's a flag stand. That's where he's standing in. Okay, so we got everything we need. So we'll go ahead and save it that way. Geometry, and resave that PTF. And again, I'm just going to use, because of what we did there, wasn't really that much. We can just save over that PTF that we've been. Alright, raise. And all I have to worry about is that one PTF that we got to get over to our game track directory. So now we've got our, this again, to summarize, we got the edited INI, all the edits we did to the INI. We've got all of our LPs that are already over there, so that's good to go. And then we added this flagger, right? So that's those three things, you know, as far as the flagger, track INI edits, and the PTF is the only thing we need to bring over to our game track directory so we can actually test these items in the sim. Okay. Does Texas still have those fence? I think they do. Yeah, those wicked lights that go across the front stretch. I'm pretty sure they do. Pretty sure they do. I could be wrong. I don't know, they keep changing these tracks up so much I can't keep track of it anymore. That's sounded funny. Can't keep track of the tracks. Anyway. Alright, so we did save this one. We're going to go ahead and close this. And again, like I said, but now we got to bring these over to our game track directories. This is our edit folder. We need to bring the INI. Making sure this is the right one. Yep. So that one, our PTF, and then our files associated with our flagger. I'm actually kind of curious if I can just put the flagger in there, if that would actually load that way. We could test it out just to see. I know we had so much issues with that, I guess, in the past, so it might be a good way to test this out. If I just put the flagger 3DO itself into the our game track directory, will that actually load the track in a race session? We'll test that out. If it doesn't, it'll probably just come to the conclusion that we'll have to have all the flag textures applied to it as well. That'll be a good test for that, though. Always have problems with flaggers, it seems like, when we do these track builds. Alright, so let me get this set up so I can bring this all over to game track directory. Think so? Would have to double check? Yeah, I'm not 100% sure myself. Okay. Okay, so this unpack here for Dover, I don't need that in. Delete that. We got what we need out of that. That back to square one. No. Oh, I know what I'm going to have to do. Probably. That's. But here. There. Cool. At least I can see it from that way. Now what I need to do. Gotta play a little bit of leapfrog and all that good stuff to get the things where I need them to be. Give me a second as I do that. So, go in our edit folder. Here. So, need. First torch. So, that build and cool. Now, oh, this is gonna be fun. I don't have a lot of files associated. Where's that? Gaming PC, as far as, like, you know, being connected to 3D SimEd and all that stuff, so the icons are all like blended into each other. So I just got to look at the extensions to or what. So we need flagger, track ini, F, which race one, ETF and not the SBX file. Bear with me a second, folks, while I get the files that we need over. Yes, we can test this in the sim. That. To here. Should ask me to overwrite. Place that. Place. That's the only one it did. Now I gotta rename. I'm gonna chunk out that PTF. This one, we don't need that anymore. Already tested that. Load up new PTF, which is I'll have to rename it properly so that'll load with the sim. One. Name this. Whoops. Okay, I know a lot of that stuff you can't see as far as like that. That's why I got this window up there. So what I've got showing on the screen is actually what I'm editing in the game track directory. So this is in the game itself, right? So I replaced the PTF with the one we just saved that was named Race. I renamed that so it matches the actual track folder, the ini, and then I also put in the flagger without the flags. I want to humor this idea as far as that I have, as far as that this should load, is technically all the stuff that's in the shared folder should read that. If it doesn't work, as far as in race mode, then I know I'll need to put those flags in there with that, which is neither here nor there. That's not a problem, I guess. Just to humor, at least anyway. So I got everything that I should need to have in the track to be able to go into a race session. At this point, like this. I'm gonna switch this over to. Give me a second. Switch this over to gaming PC and go from there. There are lights on the fence. Okay. Yeah, they've had those on there for a while. That's going even going so far back as the 2015 build. Yeah. What happened to? What the heck? Hold on. Oh, I wasn't scrolling on my. So I need to bring this over. Yeah, that's fine. So let's do it that way. Here we go. So I'm gonna bring this back over. Hopefully. Boom. All right. So now we're on game PC. Yep. So we got that. Sweet. All right. We're gonna go ahead and check this out here now. If we need to move some things over, you know, based on, like I said, as far as those flags for that, that's the only thing that should be keeping it possibly from not wanting to go into a race session. Go into this thing. We'll go into single race, and we're going to go to one of the last tracks that I tested out there was the Dover Chase Sports Edition. We want to go to Texas. Good. So we want to need a list in here that does. Now we'll just do this so we can get 42 vehicles. Right. 43 in total, to include myself. Full pace lap, we'll try that one. Full file restarts and label flags. Keep it at a 70 clear, that'll be fine. Simulation, damage realistic, work. Go. So far, so good. So if there was an issue, it wouldn't necessarily just not want to load. So what I'm going to take note of here is the flagger actually there. I'll have to do. Let's go ahead and turn the music off here. How about that? That's one good thing. So the cars, we can actually observe these AI going around the track too. Check that out. So what do we got? Who just left? I would see how he does. Let's observe the AI, I guess, here initially. So I did leave that noob line, I guess, as far as the race line on there. I got this inspector. Go to. See how they transition here. See how well we did with these LPs. As he comes around there, we might be able to see the flagger, I guess, in where we put it. And probably the reason why if he's not there, then that means we don't have any shared items in there, so that might be why. So we might have to actually take the initiative to do that, even if it is just a cone. You know, something that is referring to the shared folder. So if he's not there at all, that would probably be why. I don't have any shared folder items at all in the track. So far, this looks pretty good. I'm liking his line. Let's go to. Let's try. Go this view. Try this view out. This is the main thing we want to try out too, to see how the AI are. See, look how it is merging off the pit line. Not too bad. Really slows up on this end. It's actually not half bad. Not really erratic. That's what I was hoping for. See, look how they're merging. So the merge off of that, it seems pretty good. little bit of frame drop in there. What's up with that? Now we're getting some AI. Now I am using the Gen 6. Or not the Gen 6, but the Manx mod as far as the 2019, the latest one that Splash and Go came out there. So I'm noticing a little bit of frame drop with these cars loaded. A little bit of frame drop coming through the front stretch. Look, right there, that's where it starts, so you can see the frame rate drop. And then it settles down right there. Very interesting. So what that tells me is there might need to be some refinements to the grandstand, the main grandstand. With having these cars in here, it's very noticeable. So watch it again. Right as he comes out of turn 4, see it drops right there. That's a significant drop in frame rates right there. Just right after the start-finish line is when he settles down. Yeah, see, now it's fine. Settled down. Now, in this session, we're in what is considered happy hour, right? So, what we're noticing, I guess, as far as the objects, like this video screen and all that stuff, they're going to be unpopulated. Yeah, it really drops right there. That tells me there might be some adjustments needed to be made to the main grandstand. And he really slows up there. Yeah, frame rates I don't have them on. But it does drop quite significantly. You definitely see it stutter. In fact, I forget which key it is, I get whatever turns the frame rates on. But it definitely drops. It's very noticeable. And it's from the exit of turn 4, just past the start-finish line is when it does it. And that's just to give a clue. And that really the only thing it narrows down for me is there's some probably some refinement that needs to be done to that main grandstand, because that's really object-wise that's the only thing that's there that would be causing that. I forget what key it is or whatever turn the frame rates on. Is it F? Yeah, there it is. Frame rate. So right here it's 140. Better 140 plus through here. So on the top right of the screen. Just watch how much it drops. It drops pretty significantly. Boom, look at how low it goes. Yeah, so something in with the design of that front grandstand needs to be probably adjusted. It drops down to below 20 frames. Very noticeable. And keeping in mind too, this is a pretty detailed mod, right? So the fact that this should be the staple or the standard for when you're building a track, as far as, using this mod that has a, pretty significant amount of detail, it's still a pretty heavily used mod, right? So it's like you want to keep that in mind as far as when you're building things. Yeah, thank you for that clarification on there. It's like, I knew it was something simple. I couldn't remember what it was for default. I mean, I was hoping maybe it would pit. Alright, let's see. Is there any other cars that are pitting? Let's see here. Doing quite a few laps. He's getting some practice in here. Yeah, that's a pretty good... Yeah, see, that's well below 20 frames for sure. And then right after the start-finish line is where it settles down. It's kind of weird. Almost immediately after the lead segment. Yeah, they go really slow on that. Is there anyone's... I want to see if... Yeah, here's one that's pitting. Yeah, no. These are all just the random cars that they have in the... even on pit road it does it. Frame rate drop. Let's see how well he pits. Oh, wow, we got one stall that's out too far. Did you see that? It's kind of out in the middle of the pit road. Okay, that dude pitted. Let me see if I can back this up real quick. It was a war wagon that was right out in the middle of the pit road. Right there. this case the fast and all, but let's see which one is that. So last pit stall, 43, 42, 41, 40. It looks like crap. Lost count. So 43, which would be stall 42. Stall 41. Let's see here. 41, 40, 39 would be the stall 38. Like the D lat's not quite set right. That's probably something to take note of. Stall 38. Got the wrong D lat. D long looks good. Go back to live. Oh, he's not even coming back out. Come on now. He says, I'm done. Alright, let's go ahead and see if there's anyone else that pits. I want to check the transition as far as, like, you know, if they pit and how they transition out. I can't even run these mods on Pappy Tracks. Yeah, and like I said, I know it's a pretty detailed mod, but like I said, it should be the standard for how you're building tracks, right? It is a pretty beefy mod, but so there's a little. I noticed a little blip in the infield there too. I guess as far as that, so there's some poly tear. It seems like. Bottom line is you want the track to be able to accommodate mods like this. This is all I'm saying. I mean, it still works fine. It's just it's a serious frame rate drop as well. Come on, I want to get C1 pit and come on back out. I mean, they're running relatively pretty, you know, they're almost following just the race LP. Not really seeing them get side by side there. That's the other thing I noticed too. I mean, they seem to be glued to that race LP. It's kind of funny in a way. I see one up there. Way up there. I guess he got out of the race line. Race LP. Let's go this way. You got any side by side? There we go. There's some side by side. Got out of the race LP. I guess a little bit there. And they're really slow through that. Yep, this one's pitting. Uh-oh, hold on. This one's pitting. So he transitioned off. Let's see if he comes back out after he pits. So far I'm seeing minimal, I guess, deviation, I guess, from the race LP. I don't know if that's a good or bad thing. Alright, let's see if he pits and comes back out. Yeah, see, you can see a little blink right there. I don't know if that's all about it. See, right after the start-finish line, it's fine. That's pretty crazy. Let's see if he pits and comes back out. He parking it? Looks like he's parking it too. I wonder why they're not coming back out. That might be a potential problem. Alright, we're done with the session. That may or may not be a potential problem. So now we're in qual.
Drivers, to your cars.
Alright, let's go ahead and... So we're going to run a qual lap. Let's qualify here. Here, we're going to do a qual lap. Yeah, so there's the qual stone. We already made that observation as far as checking out the position in the sandbox. We'll leave the noob line on for now. Yeah, so we're still in qual, so we don't have anything on the, that's by design. Nothing on the screen or anything yet. We won't see any of that until we see race. Push it a little bit.
Pretty good one. Pretty good one today.
Yep, flagger is there. Cool. He is there, so we got a visual. Sweet. Oh pushing so bad. Back in that resin. Probably gonna cream these guys as far as qualifying. Scraping the bottom.
Keep digging now. Go get him.
One more lap. Yep, so the flagger is definitely visible.
29. 29. 3.
I don't have any shared items in there. That's pretty interesting. Did not put any shared items in there. Kind of going against, I guess, as far as the problems we had with North Wilkesboro. As far as needing to put a shared item in there, so the flagger is definitely there. We should get a checker flag. Yeah.
Checker flag. Checker flag right here.
So yeah, that's really interesting that the flagger is actually showing. So it kind of goes against, like I was saying, I guess, as far as needing to have a shared item in there, because it's the only thing we've got in there is just the flagger 3DO, right? But we got nothing else that's referring to the shared folder. Really interesting as far as how that's. I did pull that guy, I guess, from the Dover track. We got a little bit of clipping there, obviously. So I'm just kind of reviewing, I guess, as far as everything that we've done, I guess, to get to where we're at currently. So yeah, just that flagger from the Dover track, which was a, I don't know if that was based on a custom, or if that was a shared item. So I don't know if the game is necessarily reading that flagger as a shared item. It could be. I mean, that might be part of the problem, because I think, again, what I tend to recall from the North Wilkesboro build, we were trying to use a flagger that was from one of the older builds of NR. I think it was like so it had the older look to it, I guess, if you want to say that. I can't remember again. I'm trying to recall, I guess, as far as what we had, but I do remember as far as having that issue, I guess, with this one obviously not having that issue. But anyway, just trying to put it into perspective too, I guess, as far as what may or may not be necessary, I guess, to have to get the items, I guess, to function properly. But again, as it stands right now, all I have. Let's put this in a different view. I'm looking to see. Look how close he gets to the wall when he comes back up. At least he doesn't hit it. That's good. All right, let's go to a different view. Here, let's go to spectator. Fine. So yeah, I don't know if you could hear me, I guess, as far as talking over that, but so the flagger that I put in there was from Dover, which I think is based on a shared flagger that was just put directly into the track. It doesn't have anything else that I copied over, I guess, as far as that goes with it. So as far as anything that 3DO is relating to, as far as textures, is reading it from the shared folder, right? So again, I did the PTF that we edited, the track INI, and brought over that 3DO from the Dover track, which I think is based on. I'd have to go back to my notes, I guess, as far as the build of Dover, as far as that is based on the actual one that's in, the base game stuff. It's not a custom one. The only thing I can think. But by having just the 3DO in the track, it is allowing that flagger to work. Let me see if I can put this on. What I want to do, try this view. I want to see if the flagger's actually there in this section. So again, this is so we had the warm-up prior to qualifying, and now we're in happy hour. I might have said that wrong earlier. So out of all these sessions that we've had so far, we don't have any of the screens. Man, there's a lot of frame rate. Nothing on the score tower. It's still there, but there's nothing populated into it. And the video screen is not. That's the way it's designed. You won't see anything show up on those items until the race. See, the reason I wanted to race LPs, etc., is so I could test stuff like the grandstand for issues. Right. Well, yeah, and that's one of the reasons why we've gone through that, just as we've done during this stream. Yep. 100%. I'm right with you. So now that we can see exactly what's going on with these different mods like this one here, we can see what needs to be looked at further. Yep. The other thing I want to see is if there's more deviation, I guess, from the race. A lot of, for the most part, they're following just the race LP. So it may require to modify, do the line modifier to get them to deviate from that a little bit more. So far, they're pretty much glued to that race LP, all these cars. That's where a little bit of track I adjustment will probably come into play. Yep, just got some cars coming off the pit road. Come on, give me some side-by-side. Yeah, see, a majority of them, as I pan through all of these, they're pretty much glued to that race LP. Interesting. I'm not even sure I really want to try... Where did I end up in the standings for the... Did they kill me? Wow, I guess they did. So I qualified... Where did I qualify? 41st. Holy smokes. Alright. Fair enough. I don't even know if these times are even, What is the track record? Do we have information on the track record for this track? As far as what the, I think this is old information, the 27.518. Mine is 27.452. I don't know how, I think this is going back to however far along. That might need to be adjusted in the I guess, as far as for the track record. Yours drops 3? Holy smokes. Right. Yeah, as far as the poly tearing, right. And, you know, it's a known thing, I guess, with it, because it is a very detailed mod, like I said, but at the same time, it, you know, and it probably has a lot to do with the settings that I have applied to the graphics as well. I think I got a lot of the stuff, you know, just cranked up. Well, he's coming in the pit. Let's see if he comes back out. I don't know if this is an issue, because so far all the cars that we've checked that come on the pit road, they basically come into pits and then they just park it. They don't come back out, so I don't know if that's a problem or not. But yeah, just that same one pit stall. It's out in the middle of this pit road there. Stall 38, I think, I believe I said. Just comes back out. Yep, he's getting service. Let's see if he comes back out. Come back out. Getting the right sides, left sides. You know, come back out.
Hit the pace car! Hit the pace car! Hit the pace car! What for?
Nice. That torch. So mine drops. Mine's. Oh, he does it on the Pappy tracks. I haven't really had any problems with the Pappy tracks. 26,608 in 2018. Okay. 28.6. Yeah, so that's actually slowed down, which makes sense based on the way they reconfigured this. I don't know if this is an issue. The fact that they don't come back out once they pit. That might be something we'd have to look into, because they should necessarily be coming back out. Now, understand, I guess, in some of these sessions like that, if the AI feels that they've done enough laps, right, they'll just go ahead and park it. Right? Oh, there's another one that's coming in the pits too. They may not necessarily want to. Whoop. Back. Wait, did he? Hold on. Rewind. Did he? This might answer my question. So it looks like he pitted. Or pitted. Come on. I want to see him. Maybe it's just taking him really long. Wow, okay. It looks like he pitted, but he was in there for quite a while. Run out of session here. So he did pit. I saw him come back out though. It seemed like he sat there for quite a while, so there might be some adjustment. I'm gonna run out of session here. Okay, so he does come back out eventually, so okay. Yeah, so the way these sessions work. Let's go to a different room. The way a lot of these sessions work like that, that's, you know, by design, as far as like how the cars are rated, will determine, you know, how long they stay in the pits during these sessions like this. You know, so in this case, we're in happy hour. They might take a little bit longer because they want to make further adjustments, I guess, on the car before they come back out. That's kind of by the way it's designed. So during a race would probably be a little bit more critical, I guess, to see if they pit and then come right back out. Pit boxes are doing it too. Are you using the? I've got the. I want to say SRD, but the Smith's War Wagons. Or you just got the Pappy defaults? Yeah, I've never had that problem with the Pappy default stuff as far as the tracks and stuff like that with the mods. I've done plenty of... I haven't been able to test it on this system necessarily, I guess, as far as with the new graphics and all that stuff, so I'm not 100% sure on that, but... your skybox and all that goes nuts, yeah. With this mod, yeah, that's probably a fair mention. I can probably go through. I think what I'll do is I won't. Oh, we saw him do a little bit of side by side there. Okay, so here's the grid. That's the other thing I wanted to look at here as far as what that looks like. So we definitely probably need some adjustment there. Let's see. Go back here. So yeah, they're kind of into the pit stalls. Yep. These are just, you know, like fictional random cars. They're not anything in specific as far as a car pack or anything. So, but it does give you something, I guess, to be able to. Yeah. So other than the only thing I'm noticing is just on the DLAT, they probably need to be adjusted to get further out on the pit road. One thing I'm noticing. Is that the pace car? That is the pace car. Let's focus on that. Cool. Yeah, so you're getting that flashing and all that stuff for... Now that doesn't necessarily mean it's the infield. It's just the way this mod is interacting with the items on the track. So that's just a fair mention. Let's go ahead and drive. I'm going to go ahead and park it though. Oh wow. So my car is actually funky. That was and that might be just on my end as far as the way I've got my settings. Yeah, let's see the fact that my car is... I'm gonna go ahead and retire. We're just gonna watch these other cars. Alright, so we'll just watch these guys. Well, let's put it on TV1. Watch them this way. Yeah, so let's go to the pace car actually. Let's see how that car reacts. See if there's any adjustment there. Come on. Yep, lights on. Now we should also see too. I'm gonna go to spectator real quick. Should see the animated frames and all that stuff on the video screen, as well as the score tower populated. So I'm gonna take a look at that. I'm gonna have a seizure. Oh yeah, as far as all that. No errors, nothing. It's just poof, gone. That is exactly what happens on my game. Then it just closes. Yours just closes? See, mine don't do that. You might have a little too extreme. I guess as far as on the settings, I can go into that real quick. Okay, so he did come down pit road. See where he parks. Now we moved him, if you remember, as far as in the INI. Yep, parking right where we put him. That's good. Let's go back out onto the track. Let's go towards the front. So are we getting any side by side? Oh yeah, we are. Sweet. A little bit more than what we were. We're still kind of in a way following that race LP for the most part. Go to this view. Yeah, so we haven't really seen any problems with them being able to transition on and off pit road. That's good. As far as this not deviating from the race LP as much as I would probably expect, it's that could be just a adjustment to the AI line modifier. I guess as far as to force the issue. I guess as far as to get them to change lines more frequently. That would come down to INI edit. We should also see. Let's go. Oh, wow, we got some frame rate drop that way too. Yep, there's the animated frames. And the other thing we should see too. Let me switch over to the pace car. We might be able to see the core tower populated. Whoop. Gummit. Pace car. Put it to black clip. Pit lane 1. Come on. Wow, that's... Yeah, so we see that all populated there. Yep, so that's during race session. So those items are working as we expect them to be. Very good. Like I'm saying though, the racer, James, is it could be just the settings that you have for the game. As far as like that, they might be too high. I could probably go through mine, see what I've got, because obviously I'd want to correct this. So I know there's probably going to be some adjustment to graphics for sure, but also there's probably some items in the track that cause it. But I get what you're saying as far as like it doesn't matter if it's a mod track or not, because even with the Pappy tracks that has a problem. I know with my other system, when I had the GTX 970, I was having lots of problems. But what I found worked better was to turn some of the settings down, as far as in the game's graphic settings. Not to really, put it to low necessarily, but at least tick it down at least a notch so that it would. But even in this view, with all these cars loaded in here, it's wow. That's nuts. I knew that was going to happen. But at least it gives you a little bit of clarity of how mods like this are going to respond. The one thing I didn't take a note of either, as far as when that flag came out, I want to take a look at that. I want to take a look. Oh, let's yeah, so they got a few laps to do yet. So what I'm going to do is just pause this. We're going to go back to the lap. And then we're going to scroll it back just a little bit. I want to see when that flag comes out. That was something else. This is part of the reason why we did this. Is to set the restart zone. See how much adjustment we... Okay. Let's put it on... Who was the first car? Oh, yeah. Get it up towards the front. Goodness. There we go. So let's back it up to where... And we're... Oh, so what we want to do... Probably put it on the front. This car. Because we've got the flagger where we do. Should be able to... I think helicopter view. Nope, I think it's going to be too far back. Check. Yeah, so we should be able to see. Wow. He's there somewhere. I don't even see him. Okay. He's waving at me. It's hard to see. Oh my god. Okay, let's try Roofy. Might have to put a. We may have to bring him the flagger closer to that restart zone. Possibly. Yeah, that might be what I have to do just for testing purposes. Opposed to having him there, because that's really what's critical as far as when does he put that green flag out, right? As far as where the lines that we have defined on there, that's what we want to know. So let's want to do here. Let's go to roof, and we're gonna back it up here. He's really tough to see from way back here. I'm surprised he got the restart zone. Anyway. Yeah, so what we might have to do is move that flagger closer to this area so we can actually see when he's going to... So regardless of where we position him, it's still going to reflect, because as far as when that flag is actually going to be waved. What we want to be able to see is in what area, is it right here? I can't tell. Right? It could be well after this last line. If that's the case, then we'll have to adjust it accordingly. So we'll just have to move him to where we can actually see him. Closer to this restart zone is all. So we can do that real quick. As far as let's get out of this. Enough of that. So fair note, I guess as far as being able to test it in race session there, besides everything else, that pit stall 38. Stall 38, which should be in the I-9, that one needs. While I'm in here, I'm gonna look at the graphic settings that I have set on here. Options, and we want to go to graphics. So I've got everything set pretty much to high. Mirror quality, I got none. I got this extreme, just to give you an idea of what I've got everything set at. That could be part of why I'm dealing with what I'm dealing. I might have to turn some things off, like possibly that. That might correct it somewhat. I think I'll go with that just for the sake of argument. That might help it. From what I can recall, what I had to adjust previously, that's what it did come down to, as far as just taking some of them items off like that. Let's okay, let's out of that. Yeah, we get it done. Out of that. So what we need to do is move that flagger, based on our sandbox, whatever, to a closer proximity, I guess, as far as our restart zone is. That's not a big deal. That's easily adjusted. We can go back into sandbox. Lots of we're coming to find out, quite a bit, I guess, with the track, as far as how does it respond to mods such as that. I don't think it's definitely going to be concluded from what Racer James has found on his end, is just with the Pappy tracks. It's not so much a problem with the Texas track itself. It may come down to just your graphic settings. So I turned off the shadows from structures, and we'll see how that affects it, if it changes anything, and if at all, if I need to turn some other things on or off. That's what it might come down to. So let me. Oh, wrong mouse. I got two mice. It's okay. So back over here at our game track directory, what we need to do is go back into our sandbox. We need our track edit folder. Right, and then we need to open this race one back up there so we can move. Now, the adjustment that I make here, what I might do, just for the sake of argument, I'm gonna go ahead and save this as a new PTF, because I'm moving that guy. I'll just name it as like race 2. That way I can go back and forth between them if I ever want to plug in either one of those PTFs. Just, and again, just for the sake of argument, just gotta get this to load up. Give it a second. I think we are accomplishing quite a bit here. We did quite a bit as far as to get it, the track more or less quote-unquote race ready. The only, like I said, the only thing that I noticed, and I'm gonna say it again just to make sure that it's out there, torch, as far as for just as a reminder, pit stall 38 needs to be adjusted, I guess, as far as on the D lap, side to side. And just for clarity, I want to look at stall 38 and see what that D-lat's at. Open that up. So stall 38. So that is set to, yeah, that's, I don't know. Stall 38 would have been this one right here. Anyway, looks like that needs to get looked at. So it goes from 62 to 53 back to 56. Oh, 53.91. You got this one and that one's the same. That's probably all it is. Yeah. So the D lat on that, specifically on stall 38, needs to go closer to the wall. That means it would have to be a higher number. So it'd have to be somewhere in between 62 and 56. So it'd probably have to be like 57 something. I'm just guessing. I have to look at that, but yeah, this definitely is not the right number. I noticed this one is the same as stall 40. So might have been just an issue, I guess, with copy pasta, possibly. Yeah, that's an easy fix. But I'm just letting you know, I guess, this is the one that I noticed was out in the middle of the pit stall. Stall 38. We'll look at that real quick. Okay. So if anything, what I want to make sure I get to you, Torch, is at least the race LP, so that you can build on everything, I guess, from there. Everything else that I've done is pretty much just placeholder, temporary, as far as the lines and all that stuff. I'll leave that up to you, I guess, as far as to be able to put those in nicely, that it all looks pretty. But yeah, definitely make sure I get the race LP. I think the race LPs, for the most part, are decent. Those are pretty decent. And then I'll also make sure I get you the appropriate 3DOs as far as the video screen and the score tower. Okay, so what we need to do is open up the track, which we did, and we need to move that flagger a little bit closer to the restart zone so we can see them easier. Yeah, the INI edits, I don't know, the INI edits that I made too, I guess I can send you that, and then only thing you would have to make sure is you adjust the D-light on it, stall 38, because you probably already have a PTF, I'm assuming, I guess, as far as it has all those pit jigs in there. You would have a better idea, I guess, as far as what that actually needs to be. So I'll leave that up to you. I guess I can send you the I9 I have as far as the adjustments I've had to make so far. I want to get this restart zone, I guess, dialed in, I guess, enough. That's why I'm going through the motions, I guess, with that. So we need to move the flagger. Let's do that. And once we get that dialed in there, that'll be that INI information that I've changed on there will definitely be useful. All right. Okay. Getting down to the nitty-gritty here. Alright, so we want to move this guy down here a little bit more. But like I said, it does not matter where you put this dude. What it's really going to be critical as far as those D-longs that we put in for the first and last, and latest starter decisions. This is what's critical, I guess, as far as if we want it to be in this particular area. Doesn't matter. I could put this dude right in here if I wanted to. He's still going to throw that flag at the particular D-long and D-lats based on the starter decisions. We just want to get him close enough or whatever so we can actually see what he's doing. And then once we get this dialed in, I guess, as far as the restart zone, based on those D-longs and D-lags that we put for the starter decisions, then we can put them where we need them, where he needs to go. What the issue is with the stands? Got my brain. I don't even know if it's there. It might be an issue with the stands. Just like James pointed out, which is that mod has an issue with even the pappy tracks, right? It might not even be a problem. It comes down to you're gonna have to adjust the settings on, in the game. You have to tone some of those things down, and that's what I'm gonna do. What I did initially do is just turn the shadows from structures off. And I'm gonna see if that helps, and we'll just go from there. I think it's not really an issue with the mod, right? Because it is a very detailed mod, as I've already pointed out. But I don't think it's a problem with the track either. As much as I pointed out earlier, I thought maybe that might be the case. The fact that James pointed out that it even happens with the pappy tracks with that mod, right? That's probably just something, call it an issue with the mod. I mean, it's a solid mod, don't get me wrong. But I think what it comes down to is you have to adjust some settings in your graphics is all. And regardless of what track, regardless if it's a pappy track or a mod track. Alright, so let's go into this view. And we'll see where it's at. I just want to get him closer. That might work. Probably even bring him down a little bit if we want to. Yeah, let's bring him down a little bit. Let's bring him down to, say, I don't know. Whoops. Good grief. Right about there. We'll put him at eye level. Now, the other thing that I noticed, though, it's like, okay, this restart zone is way the heck down here. I don't even know how the heck you could even tell, other than your spotter, that the flag is actually flagging, or actually flying. Being way down here, because you can't see that, dude. That's another thing I guess I noticed, the fact that it's so far out. Well, that being said, look at where it is in comparison. It almost seems like it should be up here further. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Seems a little far. Check and see for sure where the restart zone really start and finish. Not sure if it line up with both sides of the restart. Maybe before a little bit. So you're not sure if this is where it's at. Is what you're telling me. I guess I've been, everything that I've done so far, it's been based on, I guess, the fact that this is actually where it is. So if you're telling me that's not where it is, let me check something here real quick. They usually have lines, as far as the SAT image. Let me look at that real quick. So if we go to back to geometry and then go to all world underneath. Shoot. What am I looking for? I need. Oh, come on. Another brain fart. What am I looking for? I want to remove the textures. God dang it. I just want to look at the geometry. Okay, do we not have the, got the ground plane in there still, don't we? I think it is. Maybe it's not. Correct me if I'm wrong. What I was wanting to look at as far as this, that ground plane, be able to see exactly where it is in that fashion. Is it not in here anymore? The background image, that's what I was looking for. So the background image. That's what I meant. Words are hard. Brain is starting to shut down. So there is no background image. Let me look at. Okay, that's the other thing I wanted to clarify. So there is no background image. So if you had the background image in there, you'd be able to see exactly where that's at. You must have took that out there, is what I'm assuming, as far as the background image at this point, because it's obviously not populating in here. Yeah, I mean it's in here probably, but it's not set in the PTF, I guess, as far as in there. So I'm assuming you must have took that out. Yeah, that would be the only other way I could think of, I guess, as far as to be able to know. So if that's what it's showing in the background image, you know, that would be my clarification for that. It's 60 meters from where the grass starts. What do you mean? 60 meters this way? Because grass is right here. 60 meters from where the grass starts. So it's right here. What you're saying. 60 meters from here. I think I get what you mean. So if we go... Just to check it. Let's do linear guide. Find it. Linear guide. Right here in the middle. 60 meters from where it starts there. Which would be, if I'm understanding it right, it would be from this point. 60 meters from there. So that one is, what, 74? 60 meters. That's even further back. If that's the case. 60 meters would be right about there. That's even further back. So actually, it's even further back if that's the case. Damn. Okay. So that's probably going to have to be adjusted then. So anything that I'm coming up with as far as restart zone doesn't mean squat. That needs to be moved. So 60 meters is right about... Oh, maybe a little bit more. Right about there. That's 60 meters from where the grass starts. That means the first one would have to be here. The whole thing would have to be shifted that way. Ends at 115 meters. Okay, so that's 60 right there. That's basically right where these start. So if I take this one here and just move it this way, this would be 120. With that, so that means it'd be back. Okay. So it would end somewhere right about here. So from, again, so it would go from start here, as far as the beginning of those lines, and it goes all the way to right about there. Okay, so again, it just comes down to whatever I've been doing here isn't going to mean squat, because that's going to have to be adjusted. So probably some of these I9 edits that I'm doing it's not going to matter. It's going to have to be adjusted. Okay, so in any case, what I'll do is at least get an idea by putting this flagger, I guess, where I put it. We'll be able to see when it comes out and see how close we are, and then at least give you somewhat of an idea of where those will have to be, what those values have to adjust to is all. Okay. Alright, so let's go back to audio view. And let's go back to camera view. So we put that guy right there. So we should be able to see him a lot better that way. Cool. Let's go ahead and resave this as a new PTF, as I was saying earlier. Just for the sake of argument. So the only reason why I want to do that is because if I want to refer back to this PTF at any point, I'll be able to do that. Because we are trying things out, I guess, as far as like that. So without having to redo that PTF, I guess, as far as in the other position, you know, we'll be able to flip-flop through those. And then once we done what we need with those, we can just discard those. So these are just throwaway PTFs. We'll do raise 2. We'll close that out. Now we'll just bring that PTF over to our game track directory and try it out that way. And then I also want to test out, I guess, as far as turning the shadows from structures off. I did that. I figure if anything, by doing what I'm doing here with that restart zone, it's going to give you some idea of how much you're going to have to adjust based on that curvature of that, because like I said earlier, it's not going to be a one-to-one because of it's basically going to try and read it as a straight line and not a curved section that we're trying to apply that area to. So it may not be exactly to what we're setting it to, and it'll at least give you an idea of how much deviation from that it will be. Alright, so what I need to do is take this race 2 and put that in our game track records. Test that out. I think this is going to be probably the last test here. Stomach's starting to grumbly. It's getting hungry. So what I want to do, that is the, yeah, in here. I want to take the PTF out. Already tested that one. Okay, and then take this other one. Just created the race 2. And make sure I don't get the SPX file because I could definitely see. So the fact that there's an SPX file that's created by Sandbox, and it's just a, whatever you want to call it, Sandbox automatically creates that file when you save a PTF, and all that really does is it just maintains the settings, I guess, if you got your background image and all that jazz. So you don't need that one, I guess, as far as in your track folder, your game track folder. Paste that. Already deleted that. Now we just got to race 2. Hopefully you can all see that. No, you can't. Bring this back. So this is what I'm editing here. So what I did so far is I moved that race 2 that I just created in Sandbox over to our game track directory. And then now I'm just renaming it so that it is the same name as the track folder, so that it'll sim. Okay, so now that is renamed. So that should, so with that new position of the flagger closer to that restart zone, we'll be able to see him clearer as far as that goes. But the other point that I guess I keep coming back to, as far as like, how would you even know, other than your spotter, that the flag's actually flying from that far back where the restart zone actually is? Holy mackerel! All right, so now that we've got that into our racetrack, and that's the only edit that we made, nothing to INI or anything like that, just the PTF. So I'm gonna switch this back over to this. Okay, push that back over. Alright, so now we'll go back over, and now we'll load this back up with that new PTF, that new location of that flagger. Go from there. What do you mean lights? Oh, were you trying? Oh, you're trying the commands here. I was like, what do you mean by lights? Okay, so let's go back into single race. Everything else seems to be working fine, other than all the items that did there with the score tower, video screen, and such. That's all coming out pretty good. Oh, wait, missed it by 1 again. Look at that. Oh, yeah, you could definitely put a light in there too. I'm just using the flag. I mean, like I said before, you can either put the light and or any combination of the light and or the flagger. Either one of them. That just as a visual, right? They don't have to be in there, because obviously, as I already proven, I guess, previously, as far, those don't have to be in there. They're more in there as visuals, as far as for race session. But definitely, if you do put those items in there, you have to make sure, based on what, you know, if it's a custom flagger or if it's something from an older simulation, you know, like an older NR simulation, make sure that you're putting at least one shared folder item, I guess, in there. So far, the only reason why I think this is working is that object that we're using was based on the original NR 2003 flagger. Granted, it has maybe a different skin to it, but because we did bring that series flagger over from Dover, right? But that's about the only thing that's different. If it was a custom flagger that's not necessarily default from the default tracks, then you want to make sure that you're at least bringing in one shared folder item more. be it a cone, be it whatever it is, so that the simulation itself can understand that it still needs those flagger functions. So there's one, there it is. Just a matter of time. Just a matter of time. Yeah, that's the maximum one that you can get on that one there. So that's 2 jackpots that you got there. You got the one earlier, and that's the maximum one there. 1,000 units of fluid. That's the biggest jackpot you can get with the Mr. Robot. JJ's. Alright, so the other thing I wanted to make a note of here, I haven't said that enough already, is I did redo my graphic settings to turn off from structures. Right? We'll see how this works there. If it doesn't necessarily require, I guess, to turn some of these other items down too, with the use of this mod, and on any track for that matter, not necessarily this track. I know I did point out, and I want to make it clear, because Racer James brought some clarity, I guess, to this as well. The mod that we're using does necessarily affect, I guess, as far as even the default Pappy track, so probably not a problem with the track itself, but it comes down to just graphic settings. And this is a very detailed mod, I'm not gonna lie, but it's a pretty solid mod, in my opinion. And I know based on my other system, whatever that's repaired, that you know, as far as that GTX 970 that I had, I had to adjust some graphics, whatever, so that it would play nice with any tracks for that matter, regardless if it was mod or original. So, just a fair mention. Alright, let's go ahead, turn that off for now, so we can get sounds in here. And I'll probably do the same thing as I did before, is I'll just retire from the race. But the fact that, all in all, everything it's working solidly, I guess, as far as we haven't had any crashes. And granted, this is my new system, when, you know, with the RTX 3060 and so on. It kind of gives you some idea, I guess, as far as how the track and or the mods are going to behave the way it is. Rockin'. Yes, you are. That's two jackpots. You got yours turned all the way up. Right. Well, and if you're able to do that and not have any issues, that's one thing. All right. It might just come down to what drivers that you have, what type of card that you have, you know, other things that you have on the system. Every system is going to be different. So if you've got maxed out RAM, if you've got, you know, whatever GPU that you have with the settings, if it works for you, great. But you have to take in consideration, like what I'm dealing with here. Even as I'm sitting here looking at the pit lane, there's stutter. You can definitely, there's noticeable stutter as far as frame rate issue, even just in this mode. I'm not even in the car or anything like that. I'm just in the pit lane camera, and there's stutter. And all that tells me, just again going back to what Racer James is pointing out, as far as it's just with the mod. So I don't even know. I don't see that flicker like we were though, as far as the shadows from structures, for example. So I think it's probably helped a little bit because we don't get that kind of flicker, but there is still some stutter, that's for sure. Oh yeah, absolutely, and this is why we're testing it in the fashion that we are, Torch, I guess, as far as to make sure that it'll play nice as much as possible. That doesn't mean you have to turn your settings either all the way off or completely low. Just, you know, adjust certain aspects, I guess, of it accordingly, I guess, as far as to get it to. I'm pretty well assured that anybody who has used this mod has probably ran into similar issues. Probably a similar issue, and it just comes down to probably adjusting your own graphics. I think you've done, you know, pretty well, I guess, as far as, you know, keeping things optimized as much as possible from what we've seen. But just from what I initially saw, it's like, whoa. But that was me not necessarily taking into account the settings that I have on my own game. So this is what we're gonna look at here. I'm gonna go right to race. You already seen all the other sessions. And I'm gonna go ahead and drive and retire. See, it's a little bit better, but see, there's still flicker. See, my car was like solid black last time. And right now, as you can tell, I got the frame rates on. It's in single digits. I'm gonna go ahead and retire once these guys move. Retire. So that's obviously still an issue. But I think it's a combination of the mod and my own settings. I might have to turn some other items off. Let's go to live. Okay, and then we'll go to the pace card. There we go. So from particular camera views, it's nice and smooth, but it just depends on how close you are. You know, what the proximity, I guess, is of the camera in comparison to the other vehicles around the track. It seemed to affect it. Your friend usually has to turn things down with this mod, yeah. That's why I said it depends on your own system. I feel Splash and Go did as much as they could, maintain as much detail as they could, but not make it to where you have to turn like everything on, you know, completely off. I mean, even where I'm standing right now, I've got lots of the settings that I have is high as well as extreme. The only thing I've done to this point is just turn the shadows from structures off, which is kind of more of an eye candy thing, I guess, more than anything. So we can just, I want to pause this. Oh wow, he does a beeline. All right, seems to be a nice transition. All right, there's the flagger. I'm gonna back this up here. We'll go back to live here in a moment. Want to see when he brought that flag out. I'll probably go to the front view of this car once we frame by frame. A little bit of stutter. Okay, let's go to the front view like this, and there's the flagger right there. Frame it up here so they're already in the box. Oh, just ahead of the box, my bad. So here's the first line, second line is right there. I'm gonna frame this up. It's already past the first line. As long as it's within this box here. See, he's already bringing it out right there. So it's like right about the middle of the box. Actually, that's not too bad from where we have it. Yep, so we already had it out. This is why I moved this guy so we could see him easier. So it's about the middle of the box, and there's where he brings it out right there, that frame. Let's look at helicopter view. Where we're at. We're right about the middle of the box. We're right in that zone. So right in the middle of that box that we've got defined there is when he's bringing the flag out, which is actually pretty decent. Not too bad. Let's go back to live. And we'll switch it on over to spectator. Yeah, so even from this view, it doesn't look too bad. So when you get into like the TV1, TV2s, where the cars are closer proximity, I guess, of the action going on, there's when it seems to stutter. In fact, I'm going to pan through these just to kind of get a feel, I guess, for what way it's all reacting, I guess, as far as what the shadows from structures turned off. Yeah, so the flag comes out, and that restarts them right in the middle of it. That's about where you want it. Alright, so let's go to... Yeah, that one's still bad. Okay. TV2. A little bit of frame rate drop. Quite a bit of frame rate drop. So you can see the frames working on the screen. TV1. One's the best so far. Yep, it drops quite a bit there and it settles down. So that's just what taking... I'm just taking observations from my own system as far as like where it's correcting and where it's not. So the shadows from structures does help a little bit. Not as quite as prolonged frame rate drop, I guess, as far as with that option off. I could probably adjust a couple other things, I guess, to smooth it out a little better too. Yep, see, not nearly as bad. It's just for a split second, coming out of 4, and then right here in turn 1 it drops, and it settles right back out again. So it's that has actually helped it a little bit. The other thing I want to notice here, this is again still as we did previously, is I want to see any deviation from the line. They seem to be glued right to that. Give me some side by side. Yeah, here's trying to pass him. The 82 trying to pass the 16. Oh, okay, that just crashed. Interesting. Okay, so that kind of clarifies, I guess, as far as what James was having, as far as it just closes. Now, the fact that I was able to go as long as I did before that happened, that's interesting. It does give me some information, I guess, as far as what is a potential. Now, this does not mean there's a problem with the track. This just means that combination of that mod with that track in particular is what's causing it. If I were to try it probably on a Papyrus track, it might end up having the same thing. Again, it just comes down to what I adjust in my graphics. So that's probably something I'm going to have to work on. That's where I'm going to leave it. We just surpassed the 5-hour mark. We've gone over a lot of information here. There's plenty of information that we've been able to digest, here, I guess, as far as moving forward. Doesn't mean that anything has to be done to the track to get it to play nice. I think it's really going to come down to the appropriate settings. So, Torch, you've got your settings, I guess, as far as the way you're able to set your system, I guess, as far as to play nice with the mod and the track. Your friend does, so does James, as well as I will myself. So it's like being able to muddle around, I guess, with all this information as far as like what I would have to set mine at, what you say yours at, what James has to set his at to get this all to play nice. So bottom line is, what I'm basically trying to say is there's nothing wrong with the track. It's that combination of that mod with the graphic settings and the track. So kind of dump out, I guess, as far as anything that I said previously, I guess, about there being some problem with the grandstands. There probably isn't. Probably really isn't. Alright. Yep, I think that is where I'm going to leave it, folks. Better part of 5 hours, I guess, into this thing here, but I think we've gone over quite a bit of information, and useful information at that. I am going to make a very good point there, Torch, to make sure that you're getting some of the stuff that I have, and then just use that accordingly. I&I, videos, all that jazz. Yep. Alright, just making a note of that to myself there, so I know to do that. Yeah, I think we got a lot of good information, you know, as far as it, you know, what happened with the track. You know, the fact that we were able to even get some race time on it. Very minimally, the things that we had to do. So, it's good stuff. Alright. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to bring this over this way. What I am going to do is see what I got for potential raid target here. I'm going to send you folks off in style, as I always try to do. Very solid stream. I'm glad it stayed pretty decent for us here. Very glad. Alright, so once I do eventually find... Did he get off? Dang it. Hate when I miss streams, other streamers that I like to watch or whatever. I hate when I miss the streams. Such a bummer. I think I know where I want to send y'all. We might have gone here before. And I think you'll get you get a kick out of her. She's playing some Daisy. She likes to play with the zombies. She just likes having fun with the zombies as far as some Daisy. So if we have gone here before, you might still enjoy it. It's I know I do. I'm gonna pop in here just as far as that goes too. So what I'm gonna do is switch this on over to the raid scene. Hope you'll come along with me, and if you don't, it's perfectly understandable. I know it's been the better part of 5 hours, so if you do tend to navigate away from joining in on the raid, it's totally understandable. But this is where I'm gonna go, so I'm gonna take you all with me. I hope you'll come along. Whoops. Streamlabs, come on. Oh, Streamlabs. Streamlabs has been screwing up really bad. I need to check those bit alerts, I guess, as far as when DJ gave me the 200 bits there earlier. That was really super low. Alright. So just as always, I'll make sure that I put the link out here to where I'm going to send y'all, as well as to start the raid up here. You working on a Nefris PC? Oh, that sounds like fun. Is that what you've been doing the whole time? On top of trying to listen to what I've got to give you? Alright, so let's do this. So sometimes these raids don't go through like I expect them to, so just in case. So it does come up in there, sweet. Alright, we're going to start this raid. You all have a fantastic rest of your weekend. And I hope to see you again real soon. I will be streaming no later, at least anyway, till for Spline Design Studios Saturday next week. Should be still good to go. If there's any changes to that, do feel free to check out the socials, I guess, as far as on the Rock Nation Discord, our Spline Design Studios Facebook group page, and so on, to make sure you get all what's going on with the streams, if there is any change, I guess, to the schedule. But as far as it stands right now, I should be streaming for next week, and if nothing else, I hope to see you then. Bye for now.